show called Today in 30, and we've got another packed half hour, starting with an eye-opening new look at Ida's damage in Louisiana. Also, what you need to know about the storm's ongoing threat as it spreads up and down the East Coast now.
And then, do you remember when Olympian Suni Lee, she came on the plaza and she was reunited with her dad after the Olympics? Well, we got a big surprise for him. And it all started with an idea from Simone Biles, so you don't want to miss that one.
That's a really cool story. Also, Jill Martin's here with another She Made It. This time, Jill talks to the founder of a startup that's helping women find confidence in a whole new way.
And then on the fourth hour, we're going to show you how you can get a sparkly clean home and cut the cleaning time in half. So, Craig, should we get started?
Let's do it.
It's time for
Today in 30.
NBC's Sam Brock, he's on the ground in hard-hit Laplace, Louisiana. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Hoda and Craig, good morning. Ida's grip on Louisiana continues to strengthen. You see behind me shredded power poles and all of these lines of cars. These folks were out at the crack of dawn just to try to get some gas. In this one parish alone where I'm standing, there were some 800 rescues, according to the sheriff. And now Ida is moving north and east after it killed 2 people in Alabama. The death toll, now it's 6. Millions of Americans are bracing for what remains of Ida as the storm streaks up the East Coast, set to affect more than 60 million, with dangerous conditions expected in multiple states, from tornadoes to flood warnings. Early assessments out of Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, are sobering. Officials say the Grand Isle Barrier Island is uninhabitable, with 100% of structures damaged and 4 in 10 destroyed.
This is 10 times worse than what we lived through for Katrina.
The view from above, just one lens spotlighting Louisiana underwater. Satellite imagery from Maxar shows striking before and after images. Parts of the state transforming from green to blue.
We don't have any levee system here. We have a railroad track, and that's about it.
The community of Cambridge, even now, has high water vehicles moving in and out, where residents like Damian Chachirski have been marooned.
How many people do you think were rescued here, from your observation?
My observation, at least 300.
300?
Yeah.
In this community?
I believe so.
Ida's overall death toll is almost certain to rise. In Virginia, 4 people are missing this morning after heavy flooding and landslides in the small town of Hurley. And in Slidell, Louisiana, an update on that man bitten by an alligator and reported missing. The sheriff saying in part, all accounts at this point are leading to a terrible tragedy that his wife had to witness. They are Katrina survivors who moved here afterwards, survived Ida, then this.
She's in it.
In the midst of tragedy, more heroic rescues are coming to light.
Grab on my shoulder.
A Mississippi police officer rescuing several people trapped in a submerged car. The frightened occupants pulled to safety from the driver's side window.
Yeah, I'm damn near homeless right now.
Even those who planned for flooding, like Michael Lathers of Laplace, are stunned.
Everything fell. I had holes in my roof. The kitchen destroyed.
Lathers blames his community's catastrophe on the multi-billion-dollar levee system protecting neighboring New Orleans.
When I bought this house, I didn't need flood insurance. And after Katrina, they said we needed flood insurance. Why? Those walls in New Orleans, the water pushed back in the lake. When it pushes back, this is what you get.
Sam, there's also, of course, another big issue for folks in New Orleans. They're in the dark. I was hearing the mayor say that power may be restored. What is the time frame?
Hoda, New Orleans mayor says they've made significant progress. And in fact, by the end of today, you might see more power on. Entergy tweeting out overnight that the first light shone in New Orleans East. But this is a marathon. Sweltering conditions already this morning in New Orleans means there is deep concern about heat-related illness. We know, Hoda, that Tulane had already evacuated its students out to Houston. There is still talk on the table right now about potentially more evacuations in the city of New Orleans. This, as Entergy says, it has laid out 2 possibilities for moving forward. One is to restore those critical transmission lines. The other is to create a grid island for just the greater New Orleans area to try to get everybody back up and running. That's the plan right now they're pursuing. Hoda, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock for us there in hard-hit Laplace. Sam, thank you.
All right, that blistering late summer heat, one of the major problems down there in the Gulf. Ida's remnants making her way to the northeast now. Dylan is in for Al. She's tracking the storm. Dylan, good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, it could feel like 105 degrees down in the New Orleans area today. So without air conditioning, that is just so brutally uncomfortable. Now the rain is making its way into the mid-Atlantic. Look, back through West Virginia, through Ohio, lots of heavy rain through through Pennsylvania, even into New Jersey right now. The storm is still a tropical depression. It's moving northeast at 24 miles per hour. It still has winds at 30 miles per hour. So it's going to be a gusty, rainy day across the northeast. Now, we have this warm front that's going to come in first. So we're starting off the day with some rain. Then it'll look like we're going to get some breaks right along the coast. But then we're going to see these pop-up thunderstorms, and those could be severe at times. And then the bulk of the rain moves through overnight and then crosses New England as we go into early Thursday morning. We could see perhaps those strong gusty winds, but also the potential for some isolated tornadoes in this area, especially through southern New Jersey into D.C. and into Maryland, too. As for rain, we could see a widespread 5 to 8 inches of rain. And keep in mind, the ground is saturated. It has been a very wet summer, so this could lead to flash flooding issues through the mid-Atlantic and into the Northeast as well. Hoda.
All right, Dylan, thank you.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back. In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, not just people who need help.
Yeah, a lot of pets, they're suffering too. And now shelters nationwide, they are scrambling to help evacuate those animals in need from Louisiana and Mississippi.
NBC's Carrie Sanders has that part of the story. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. These are some of the refugees that got out of the path of Ida before the hurricane even hit. And they got out because they were in shelters. This morning, we're here at the Humane Society of Broward County. You can see some of the other puppies here waiting to be adopted. They're spread out across the country. 8 here have already been adopted. Others that arrived, they hope will soon be adopted to find a forever home.
These are the dogs of Hurricane Ida. There are cats and other critters too. Animals that were in Louisiana and Mississippi, now scattered from coast to coast. Most are in shelters and animal rescue centers. The race to get them out by plane, or for others, in that same slow-moving traffic. But unlike residents, many of these animals will not return to the catastrophic damage. A flight chartered by Greater Good Charities bringing more than 150 dogs and cats to El Cajon near San Diego, just hours before the outer bands of Hurricane Ida made landfall. Some of the furry evacuees arriving in D.C. to stay with fosters as they wait to be adopted.
It's definitely hard for them, but at the end of the day, we think it's better that they're here and alive and they're safe.
So who do we have here?
So this is Adorable Pacific.
At just 4 months, Pacific the puppy is among 48 dogs and cats that arrived at the Humane Society of Broward. What would normally be a 12-hour drive from Louisiana to South Florida took more than 18.
They seem well rested at this point. They've had some good meals. We've actually had some adopted already.
In Texas, Austin's Humane Society took in more than 60 animals at Ida's path. More than half have been given a new forever home.
Just such a cornerstone of our mission is to help people and animals in times of crisis, and to see that happy ending just makes it even better.
All right, Carrie, so what's the status of all the other animals that didn't get out in time and still are there in Louisiana and Mississippi?
Tommy, the actual airlift continues this morning just at sunrise there. We can take a look at this video that just got in. We have 55 cats and dogs that are being loaded up in Lafayette right now. They'll be flying to Virginia. As for this guy right here, this is Sarge, and Sarge is not yet adopted, and he showed up actually with some buckshot. Somebody had shot him, but they've got him in good care, and they're glad they got him out because, you know, without electricity, without water, that infection might have been deadly. But now, here he is, and look how calm he is, guys.
Carrie, you look,
Carrie,
you look perfect with that puppy. We're not trying to make any, you know.
I think you've got room for Sarge at your house, Carrie.
There you go, Carrie. All right. Thank you.
And we are back with a family who captured our hearts this summer.
Yeah, they did. We all cheered on Olympic gold medalist Suni Lee as she competed in Tokyo. But the loudest and proudest fan was back in her home state of Minnesota. Her dad, of course.
Oh, we love John. He encouraged his daughter's Olympic dream from the very start. We remember that reunion here on the Plaza. We were weeping. It was the most beautiful thing. And this also inspired Suni's gymnastics family to want to do something for Suni's dad, who, as you may remember, was paralyzed 2 years ago. Well, Natalie Morales joins us with more on this happy story. Hey, Natmo.
Hey, guys. Good morning. We could all use a good, happy story. Who could forget that moment, as you guys talked about, when Suni Lee put that gold medal around her dad's neck? Their special bond touched everyone there that day, including the greatest of all time, Simone Biles. And before she left the Plaza, she had one wish for John, and she asked for our help.
Look at the height that she gets. Gorgeous.
Long before Suni Lee soared through the air in Tokyo, she was flipping alongside her dad, John.
I just like doing backflips and stuff. So I learned how to do it on a mattress.
The balance beam he built in their yard and his now famous pep talks, the foundation of their shared dream.
And it's Suni Lee who's in the top spot.
One that became a reality this summer. Suni Lee, forever an Olympic champion, and now a college freshman.
She's off at Auburn. How is she doing?
She's very busy. I have very minimum communication with her right now, so.
As most college freshmen, it's like, okay, see you, Mom and Dad, right?
Yeah.
But the journey to get here was not without its challenges. 2 days before Suni was set to compete at the U.S. Championships in 2019, their lives changed forever.
I went to help a friend trim a tree for his daughter's wedding. So I fell off the ladder.
John suffered a spinal cord injury, paralyzing him from the chest down. His only way to get around now, his manual wheelchair.
Life has changed a lot. Has it been really hard to get used to this new normal that you have?
It is, because I'm so handy when it comes to doing stuff. Not even knowing how to do stuff, I can't do it, and gets kind of frustrated.
How is it navigating in the wheelchair?
You know, my son Lucky, he is my driver. So everywhere I go, he's always pushing me.
No matter the obstacles John faced, he never stopped cheering on Suni.
I always believe in her. I always trust that she'll do well.
And when she placed that gold medal around her neck in Tokyo, her biggest champion was on her mind.
This is our dream and this is our medal.
Their medal later placed around his neck when they reunited on Today. An unbreakable bond between dad and daughter that touched one of Suni's teammates who was with them on the Plaza, Simone Biles.
I know that you left an impression on Simone, so much so that she actually sent you a special message that we wanted to play for you right now.
Oh, really?
Hi, Mr. Lee, it's Simone. I love your daughter Suni so much, and I know how much she loves you. You have done so much for her, so I reached out to my friends at the Today Show to see if we could do something special for you. Hope you like it.
So Simone was so impressed by you, she asked for the Today Show's help in doing this special surprise for you. The folks at Quantum Rehab wanted to share a really special gift for you.
Oh, wow.
Of course, your family is here. Dean, you want to show him the special surprise from Quantum Rehab?
Oh my God.
This is a souped up electric chair.
Now you don't need me to push you anymore.
Is this Lucky? Yes.
That's Lucky.
This is your driver, Lucky.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is going to be fitted special for you. This is not quite ready for you just yet, but you're welcome to try it out if you would like.
Yeah.
And in just a matter of moments, John was ready to ride.
Oh my! That is awesome.
His sons, too.
Good job.
Yeah.
What do you think this will mean for your family?
It'll be a little different because now they don't have to keep pushing me around.
A little sense of independence then.
Yeah.
John now grateful and eager to hit the road soon.
Well, this is amazing. Thank you, guys.
John, thank you. Thank you for giving us so much joy and so many thrills. And we love your family, and this is the least we could do.
They truly are such an incredible family, and John should get his customized chair very soon, but he already told me that he can't wait to take it to his local store and not have to worry about carrying his groceries while trying to push himself. Now, as for his recovery, guys, he is working very hard every day with his exercises, and he hopes that one day he may be able to stand or perhaps even walk again. Wouldn't that be a miracle, guys?
It'd be a great story to tell.
Yeah, if Will has any part of this, he will definitely be standing up.
Yeah.
By the
He'll be
way,
working hard.
That was so beautiful, Natalie. I just his independence, but also watching his kids hop on board with him. And he's a guy, by the way, because we've all met him and chatted with him. Yeah. He never complains about anything ever.
No.
He didn't even ask us. Like Simone had to come in and say, "Can you please do something?" I mean, that's an incredible family.
Yeah, I think little Lucky's really excited about now pushing his dad around. He sounded like
They all were.
Thanks for making our morning.
Thanks, Nat Mo.
You got it. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It is time now for our series, She Made It, and lifestyle and commerce contributor Jill Martin joins us now from home to tell us about an entrepreneur who is empowering women through their hair. Hey, Jill.
Hi.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Well, today we're renaming this because She Made It should actually be called She's Making It, because this budding entrepreneur is just getting started on her path to success. She saw an untapped part of the hair industry and a way to improve the way wigs are seen and worn. And she is not letting a pandemic or anything get in her way. Take a look.
Black women have been the ones kind of wearing wigs in this way for so long, where we wear them as an accessory. We wear them, as a fashion statement. We switch up our hairstyle. And it was important to us as, Black female consumers to create a wig company that really put us in the spotlight.
24-year-old Mariam Everett is the CEO and co-founder of a company that's making waves in the beauty industry.
My company is called Waves, spelled W-A-E-V-E. The name is actually a play on the word weave. There's been this idea that if you're, wearing a wig, you wouldn't want anyone to know that you were wearing a wig. And now we're in this amazing era of people sharing their secrets and really fostering conversation around it.
Growing up, Mary often experimented with her hair.
Personally, why did you chemically straighten your hair? What was the goal?
I would chemically straighten my hair from a young age, actually a decision that my mom made, which is the case with, so many Black women. And it's because it was easy. It made it easier for her to do my hair if it was kind of straight. She was a busy working woman. When I got to college, there were no Black hair salons around. It wasn't feasible for me to go home and get braids or to get any other sort of protective hairstyle. So I really found myself looking for something that I could buy online, essentially, and be able to just do my hair myself.
Mary's mother bought her a wig, transforming not only her look, but her outlook as well.
It just saved me so much time. Just instantly, I was like, this is amazing. And I was shopping online looking for a second one. And I just found that the experience to be just really poor. There were all these different vendors with like wildly disparate prices, and I had no idea where to turn.
In 2018, along with two of her classmates, Mary conceptualized a direct-to-consumer wig startup. They won their school's business competition and graduated with $15,000 to see their idea through.
Our first step was, let's create an Instagram account and let's sort of just create a Shopify site and let's start just talking to people, because every Black woman has a hair journey. And I would say, honestly, every woman with like curly hair has a hair journey.
After months of prototyping, the pandemic hit.
It's incredible because instead of it shutting down, you really saw it as an opportunity.
Absolutely. Suddenly I didn't have to go into the office anymore. So, you know, I had a lot more free time, and the fundraising, we did it all virtually, having these back-to-back meetings with people all over the country in a super easy way.
By June 2021, Mary and her co-founders raised $2 million and officially launched Wave's first collection of 6 wigs, named after the days of the week.
I'm wearing the Tuesday style right now. This one is just, super basic middle part style, but we also have a wig like Monday with bangs, where it was really important to us to have a wig with bangs because the lace on a wig is actually sort of what can make it intimidating or difficult. So it's the #1 beginner friendly wig. It really is just like a put it on and go type of look.
What would you say to someone sitting at home with an idea who doesn't know where to start and who watches the story and looks at you and says, wow?
My advice would be like, if I can do it, you can do it. I think that, and I think anyone truly has the ability to make their dreams come true. And so just start. Just start.
What an incredible woman. And Mary told me she wants people to be able to effortlessly switch up their hairstyle, just as you would do with purses and shoes and more. And as she said, this is only the beginning. She is fascinating and will let nothing get in her way.
I agree.
Yeah.
That is like a dream.
And she will make it, and then she'll be on a She Made It for
exactly for doing
that. So well. Jill, thank you so much.
Jill.
That's right. We love a good follow-up.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true.
What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nothing feels better than walking into a clean, spotless home, but who has the time to put in all that elbow grease?
No, I don't know. So we asked JustJill.com's Jill Bauer to help us cut our cleaning time in half. And if you're interested in anything you see here, just scan that QR code on the screen for more info. Let's take a look. The first thing you say is that we have to get everything in order. So tell us what that order should look like.
Yeah, so here's a couple of things that can make the cleaning day easier or allow you to clean during the week so the weekend isn't devoted to cleaning.
Yes.
First, attack your clutter. Then you do your dusting, then you do your vacuuming, and then you finish with mopping. And always work from top to bottom, whether that's if you have a multi-level home, start with the top floors and work your way down, or even in a room, clean the top of the bookcase first and then work your way down from there.
That's a little.
Yeah, why do we do that? Why do you say work from top to bottom?
So why? Yeah.
Well, if you clean down low, right, and then you get that all clean, and then you clean the top and the dust falls down on the top of the places that you just cleaned, that's why you always work top to bottom.
All right, so you say vacuums are important, and you say you should consider investing in a second vacuum?
Okay, so this is like one of my favorite things ever,
Me
you
too.
guys.
Me too.
A cordless vacuum, because you don't want to lug out the big clunky vacuum when you're just doing your evening cleanup of crumbs after cooking. So a cordless vacuum is lightweight, it's easy to walk around with, and the more you kind of are encouraged to clean up quickly each day, the less you have to clean up on the weekend.
Yeah, and you know what? I have to say, I got one for Christmas from my parents. I actually said it was my most favorite person during COVID, but there are...
the vacuum was your favorite person?
Well, it has a name.
What's its name?
None of your business. But anyway, I would say
What's its name?
Lucy, okay? But here's the thing. There's different price levels, too. Like the one that you just showed can be kind of pricey, but there's different price levels as well.
Totally, and they've all come such a long way that they really, even for a small apartment, might be the only vacuum that you need.
Exactly. All right, let's talk about these guys that we have with us. They look like slippers, but they actually do double duty. So what do you use these for?
You put these on your shoes and you dance around your house and you
fun.
clean as you walk, right? Now, you don't literally have to dance, but they're designed to dust your floors. So you could put them on as you're getting breakfast ready in the morning, or they're a fun way to get your kids involved with doing the little cleaning.
I was going to say, I'm totally having my children do this. Okay, and nobody really, the bathroom is the last place we like to clean, but you say just a one swipe wonder. What does that mean?
Yeah, so if during the week you take 30 seconds with one wipe, and here's again the order of operation. Clean your sink, wipe down the countertop, a quick wipe of the knobs, a quick wipe down of the toilet, throw away that wipe. If you do that 1 or 2 times during the week, then your weekend bathroom cleaning isn't going to be as involved.
Now, why is Grandpa's denture cream an important element to have when you're cleaning?
Okay, not the cream, but the tablets, right? Okay, so you drop a couple of these into your toilet. Why? Because these are designed to remove and lift stains from porcelain. That's what your dentures are made out of. But what's your toilet made out of? Porcelain. So you have this effervescent that's going to help to lift some of the stains. It's an easy thing to do. Again, it's not your deep dive clean, but it helps, again, make the deep dive clean easier because the stains aren't as much.
Okay, I am going to steal my dad's denture. I'm just kidding. My dad doesn't wear dentures.
He does?
He doesn't wear dentures, but he could one day. Okay, while you're getting yourself clean in the shower, while you're washing, you say you can also maintain the cleanliness of your shower. My dad doesn't wear dentures.
One of my must-haves is a squeegee. I love a squeegee. So if you squeegee down your glass shower doors and even your tile, it removes the moisture that leads to the mold and the mildew. So it's such a simple thing, but if you do it every time, you won't have that heavy-duty soap scum buildup or, again, that black mildew stain.
You do that every day?
No, we have it. I didn't say I use it, but it's really good, and it's very therapeutic to use. Okay, you say that a power tool can help you clean. How?
So there's these cool attachments that you can get for the end of your drill. And so there's all different scrubbies, there's spongies, there's more kind of bristly. So use this to help clean out your toilet or use this to clean out your shower. There's different sizes of attachments for different needs. And I think this is like one of those ingenious inventions of why didn't I think of that?
Well, we got a good idea. Why don't you come back tomorrow for another great morning on Today? The cast of Cinderella will be with us.
And we'll also have some laughs with Bo and Yang. Have a great day. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
Welcome to Today All Day. I am so excited to share some of my favorite stories with you. I've interviewed so many empowering change makers, amazing moms, and even a few of my own family members through the years. I hope you enjoy these stories as much as I do and learn a little something along the way.
Now looking back, he's won 8 Grammys, millions of albums sold, inducted into the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Do you still have pinch me moments? Like, I can't believe this is my son.
No, I don't say I can't believe it, because I saw the passion back then. To see him doing the things that he's doing now, you know, he has influenced an entire generation of R&B and pop artists. He is iconic. And I know where that came from. It's in his heart. It's his true passion. He can do anything.
Hi, everybody. I know I say this every time, but I mean it every time. I can't wait to introduce you to my new favorite mom. Her son is one of the best-selling artists of all time. He's won 8 Grammys, gazillions of #1 hits. You'll know as soon as you see her with her smile. So let's let this mom into the room, into our Zoom room. Janetta.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Tell us the names and ages of your 2 sons.
And they always get on me about that. Mom, she doesn't even remember our ages. Usher's 43 and James is 36.
Take me back to some of those early years, because a lot of us, like I said, we learn from you guys. Tell me what those early years were like.
I remember the day he was born, and I would say, oh my, he's so beautiful. She was like, stop saying that. It sounds a little conceited. I was like, but he is. He's so special. And, you know, he really was special. Same thing with James. With both of my kids, there were times that it was very tough, but I had family, you know, to assist me. I was a single mom, but had the best job. So that's what I knew, to take care of your kids and give them the best.
What advice would you give to single parents who are listening to you right now, who are in the thick of it now, as you were at that time where you're on your own, you're working, especially, you know, you're trying to manage 2 growing boys? What did you do right? And was there anything you would do differently?
I wouldn't do anything different. You know, they always had a very nice place to stay. They always had food to eat, even when it was me, because I was a working parent. So what I say to other parents is, you have to turn a negative into a positive. People say problems. No, it's not. It's not a problem. It's a situation. You just have to figure it out.
Would you say you were a strict mom? Were you laid back? How would you describe your...
No, I was very strict. No, I was very, very strict. My kids will tell you that.
Can you think of an example of when you were strict?
You know, it would be just taking the personal things that they truly, truly loved. But I have to tell you, this used to annoy me like so much. You could take things away from Usher, but it was like, well, she's going to give it back. She's going to give it back. You know, so it was like a punishment to him. Was like, look, I'm tired of punishing you. I am tired of punishing you. Could you please not do that? You know, he was just that kid that wanted to do what he wanted to do. So, oh, she's going to take it away, but she's going to give it back.
How was music a part of Usher and James's childhood?
You know, he sang in my choir. I was the youth choir director. So I knew he could sing. I knew that for a fact, but I never thought he would be the global superstar that he is today. I just knew he could sing. But he met this group, and he was very persistent. You know, he really wanted to sing in this group. So I said, okay, that's fine. I'll let you participate. That's when I really realized that this kid right here is truly talented. But when I decided to pull him out of the group, we are here in Atlanta. There are bigger opportunities here. And so I began to enter him into competitions after I pulled him out of that group, which he told me, you have destroyed my life. You have destroyed my world. And can you imagine how heartbroken I was?
because I knew it was not a good situation for him. I knew that. And it was really hard. It was hard.
When you pulled him out of that group, how long was it before Usher was able to know and you were able to know in your heart that as a mom, you made the right decision?
Let me tell you something. God is good, because it happened overnight.
Literally?
I promise you. In 3 months' time, from the time I took him out that group to the time that he signed his deal, he was on Star Search and had a record deal.
That's amazing. And you managed a career for 17 years. Those, how did you balance being a mom and a manager?
It really was easy, because you are a parent all the time. But as a manager, you have to put on a different hat. I remember I used to put on different hats.
Literally?
I did. I used to put on different hats. Like, today, I will knock you out. Because I'm the mom. But today, I don't have the hat on, so I'm managing you. But no, really, you're always the mom. I receive letters a lot from moms that are managing their kids, and they want advice. And I always say, stay with your kid. I don't care what they say, because they tried to push me out. They didn't want me in. They would actually say, you're too close to the project. No, I'm not. Because remember, Usher went to stay with Puffy. Now, that was a business decision right there, because I didn't know Puffy. I didn't know him.
How old was he?
Usher was 15. He lost his voice.
Physically or just?
Puberty. He's growing, and he lost his voice. So he lost his range. So the record company felt like, okay, this is not a great investment. So Puffy was there, and I will never forget it. We had this conversation, and he said, you're going to have to trust me. That was really, really a hard decision.
Even though you don't manage him anymore, does he still come to you for advice sometimes, or how?
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, after 17 years, after all the great accomplishments and so forth, Usher wanted to do his own thing. I applaud that. He needed to, because at some point in time, you have to let them fly. I was still there. He could always pick up the phone, call me, because I would tell him the truth. That was a bad performance. That was not a good performance, not at all. We need to fix this, that, and the other. I still continue to do that. And I still do that to this day. He'll wait on my phone call. How did I do?
What kind of things don't we see when it comes to the work that he's put in over these 29 or plus years?
He's so passionate. He really is a loving and a giving person. When you really got to really see who Usher really was on The Voice. He's approachable. He's real. So to me, people really got to see the personal side of him on The Voice.
Do you have a favorite Usher song?
I love the Confessions record.
These are my confessions, that one?
Yeah, I love the Confessions project.
What does that feel like when we're all singing the words to your son's music that span a decade, if not more? What does that feel like as a mom?
He is an iconic figure in popular music history. That feels so good.
Do you get nervous for him?
All the time. All the time. Still, I'm like, but I know he's going to deliver because I know him. He's great every time. He's so talented, across the board. And I'm so proud of him.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes. With Xfinity X5.
The
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What does it feel like as a mom to see your child performing and people screaming and cheering and knowing every word? Like, what does that feel like?
It is crazy. Like, I remember being at one of his first big stadium type shows, and I'm like screaming like a fan, you know. But then you look around and it's like all these people are here listening to your child. It's a crazy, very surreal feeling. And I know that word is used a lot, but it really is. You just kind of are like, this is crazy. How did this happen?
Hi, everybody. This is a special Through Mom's Eyes because this is our first country singer's mom. Thomas Rhett has sold out concert venues all over the world. He has more #1 hits than we can count and so many awards, including the prestigious ACM Entertainer of the Year award. Today, we get to hear from the woman who knows him best, his mom, Paige. All right, so this is my famous mom blind date. I get to knock on the door. Here we go. Knock, knock, knock.
Yes, can you hear me?
Hi, how are you?
I'm so good. Thanks for having me.
Take us back. Tell me the names and ages of all 3 of your kiddos.
Okay, Thomas Rhett is 30, and then I have Casey, who's 26, and then I have Tyler, who is only 15.
Oh, wow. So you've got a good little gap there.
Yes, 2 different dads, but yeah, we have a good gap there. So I'm living with grandkids plus 1 in high school.
So first of all, you say Thomas Rhett. For years, I thought Thomas was his first name and Rhett was his last name. And then when I saw his Instagram, you know, and I learned more about him, I'm like, oh, Thomas Rhett is
his name. Yes. Back 30 years ago, when we were trying to come up with a name, my husband at the time, Rhett, his dad, we couldn't agree. So we were, being from the South, we were like Thomas Rhett.
I love it. And the rest is history. So take me back to those early years when they were young. What were those years like for you?
Okay, so Rhett, his dad, was a country singer back in the 90s. When we first moved to Nashville and he took off on the road, my daughter, Casey, was like 6 weeks old. Thomas Rhett was 4. You know, it was kind of crazy. And we would go out on the road, some with Rhett, but to me, that was harder than just staying at home with them and doing it by myself.
So tell me, I know you, and I'm also a product of divorce early on, but you and your husband divorced when the kids were young. Any advice to other moms out there who are going through a divorce with young children?
Yeah, don't ever badmouth your ex because that is their father and you married him for a reason. They have some good in them. So just keep all that to yourself. And we were both very good at that. And I think my kids, you know, they came through it, but we've always kept it amicable. And like even now, I mean, we spend Christmas together and go on ski trips and to the beach. And if you create problems there, it creates problems for your kids.
That is such wonderful advice. Thomas Rhett has said that the way he views his life and his morals and all of that is because of you and what you instilled in him as a child. As a mom, that must feel so good to hear, because I'm sure there are days when you're thinking, did I do this right?
Well, I mean, I tear up and cry just about every time I hear it, you know, because, you know, it does make you feel really good that, you know, when you're doing it, when you're in the midst of it, you're like, oh, what am I doing? And it's never just one person. I mean, you surround your kids by good people and they will eventually become good people. And that's the goal.
Let's talk about sibling dynamics for a moment. Were Thomas and Casey, were they close growing up? And then how did you foster their unique gifts?
Thomas Rhett sang a lot when he was little, but then when he got into high school, I mean, he was like normal kid, football, soccer, into the girls. And then Casey the same. So all through high school, it wasn't like I had to make her feel special because he was in the spotlight. But I will say, as this has progressed, I do always work, because people are always like, oh, what's it like to be Thomas Rhett's mom? And I'm like, it's amazing. And it's amazing to be Casey's mom. And it's amazing to be Tyler's mom. And I just try to make big over everything that all three of them do.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true.
What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true.
What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Did he always want to be a musician? I mean, obviously music was a big part of his childhood.
Oh yeah, I mean, Rhett was always playing the guitar, singing songs. So he was surrounded by that all of the time. And so he just loved to perform.
Then he goes off, or was he going to go to college? I guess going forward.
He did go to college.
He told you. And then how did it work? Did he call you and say, Mama, I want to drop out?
Yes. So he came home and he said, you need to sit down for this one. And I was like, what? And he said, I'm going to drop out of school and sign this writing deal. And I was like, no, we're not going to do that. You only have like a year and a half left. I even went and met with the publisher, the guy who was signing him. And to this day, he's like, I've never had a mom sit across from me. And I was like, listen, I do not want him to drop out of college. So you better this better be worth it, that sort of thing. Yeah. And then from there, he got offered record deals and, the rest is kind of history.
Famous Thomas Rhett song that's your favorite?
Oh man, that's a hard one. The new song that just came out, What's Your Country Song? That one's really good. But I also love the one he did with Chris Tomlin. Thank you, Lord. Oh, that one's awesome. For my mama, for my friends, for your love that never ends.
What has been the craziest part of this ride or a pinch me moment for you as a mom?
Probably when he won Entertainer of the Year, but I'm going to have to say, a good second to that is he won an award with CMT and Kane Brown's, one of his band members had just passed away. I'll get emotional still talking about this, but he got on that stage and prayed.
I don't know if this is very conventional, but can I just pray really fast? Is that okay with everybody? Father God, loss is something that we can't comprehend.
That was something that a lot of people would not have done.
Yeah.
But I said, did you know you were going to do that? He said, well, I went to the bathroom before and I was just like, I got to pray. And, you know, so it just kind of hit him and he came out there and did it. And that moment to me was just like, this is it.
So I want to end by just talking a little bit about the family life. You know, he's married to your daughter-in-law, Lauren. I mean, it's just all the sweet songs Thomas Rhett writes for Lauren. I mean, did you always know that she was the one for him?
Absolutely. So they dated a little bit when they were freshmen. And then she broke his heart and he was dramatic, let me just tell you. And then they both went on to date amazing people the rest of high school and even into college. But Thomas Rhett and Lauren were always best friends. And when they both ended up broken up from the people that they had dated all the way through high school and college, you know, basically he knew, Thomas Rhett knew, and Lauren did not know that she loved him until they kissed. And then from that moment, it was probably 6 months before they got engaged. Thomas Rhett is who he is because of Lauren. And Lauren is who she is because of Thomas Rhett.
When do you have a moment where you go, you know what? This is all good. It's all going to be okay. And he's living his purpose. Like, did you ever have an exhale like, okay?
Yes. I think when they came home with Willa Gray and I saw the way he interacted with her and then them having Ada and the way he is as a dad, to me, that's the part where I'm like, he's good. He is a good kid. He gets it. He knows how to do all this. Those moments really make you go, okay, I did something right.
Thomas and Lauren were very vocal this summer about judgment that they sometimes receive and being, you know, told that they're incapable of raising a Black child or a Black daughter as white parents or what have you. And it was so admirable. And I know it must have been difficult for both of them to speak up, but they did. What was that like for you and just for your family?
I was just very proud of the way that they handled everything because you can, I mean, social media, you know, you might have 500 comments that are awesome and then that one little comment that it just breaks your heart. And it's like, no, you don't know us. Like we love people. We just love people.
What's your biggest advice to parents?
Is to not wish it away. You know, when they're little and you're in the throw up and the food flying everywhere, it's easy to go, oh, I can't wait until they're older. But then they're teenagers and that's way harder than when they're little. So I just say live in every moment. And yeah, you're going to be tired, but don't wish it away. Don't wish for the next thing to come because you will look back and be sad and go, oh, I loved it when they were all together playing in the floor and you had control over what was going on.
Oh my gosh, you're going to make me cry. I feel like that was a sermon I needed to hear.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. How's this for a client list? Let's say you're a designer and all of a sudden you have Lady Gaga, Oprah, Meghan Markle, and Michelle Obama.
That's just to name a few, not bad. So he's had all of these folks. They've all placed their trust in fashion designer Brendan Maxwell. So this morning in our series Through Mom's Eyes, I wanted to talk to his mom. I wanted to see, she talked about the journey and what makes him tick, all of that good stuff, the journey to the runway. Take a look.
Do you remember the first item of clothing that he made?
I made the mistake of storing my nice dresses in a closet next to his bedroom. And he would take my dresses and redesign them and make them into whatever. Yes, they were very nice dresses too. I mean, they were very pretty dresses.
Did you ever think that it would be a future career for him? Or did you kind of have an idea that this could be something he would do?
I knew it'd be something styling or kind of in that world. He was always critiquing what I was wearing. He was always, and believe me, I was asking, do these earrings look okay?
Tell me what it was like in those early years in the thick of it.
It was really hard because I had Brandon here, at his age doing his thing, and then his sister, and then I've got babies at home. Brandon had his both grandparents here, aunts and uncles. So there was always somebody at every event. There was a lot of help.
Brandon mentioned his love for his grandmother's job at a fashion boutique. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
It was one of those stores where you can call up and say, hey, I need this outfit for this event. And you walked in, she had a rack full. She had the outfit, she had the shoes, she had the earrings, she had the purses. I think a lot of that love of what he does, designing clothes, came from that, watching my mom.
He mentioned in an article once that he felt threatened and insecure outside of his loving cocoon. Did you see that as a parent?
I did see his insecurities. And I think he questioned himself a lot. But I think deep down inside, it's almost like, you hear Brandon, he has said this several times, lean into who you are. And he was always leaning. He was always moving in that direction. He was true to himself.
As a parent, what do you do when your child is insecure or they may feel like an outsider sometimes?
You just reassure them and you're positive. I always had the faith and belief in him. Of course, he had it in himself. You just have to remind him it's there.
Do you still have pinch me moments? Maybe when you see his name in clothes or on billboards, like that's my son.
Starting with styling Gaga or styling a campaign for her and it's showing up in a magazine. It never gets old. We used to come home every day and watch Oprah. And when he dressed Oprah, and I'm not saying that that's just my favorite. There's so many, but I'm just saying there's
right over on my desk. That's a moment. The best outfit Brandon has styled or designed for you over the years.
The best will have to be the very first one. He surprised me with my very first. June of 2016, I'll never forget. And it was absolutely gorgeous. And I felt so beautiful in it. It hit all the right places, and I couldn't believe I was actually wearing my own son.
Last year during Fashion Week, your son dedicated his line to you and mentioned how your battle with breast cancer made him see how strong you truly were. How did that moment feel?
While we were walking down that runway, I was thinking of the day he was born and all the things we've been through, and I couldn't believe that he made his dreams come true, and my son's doing what he's meant to do.
How were your children there for you when you needed them? Was that a hard switch to lean on them rather than you?
Brandon was flying in, which he was in the middle of, filming Project Runway. All of my kids, my daughter Katie, all of them, love and support, they were the best.
Is there anything else that you want moms, or not just moms, but parents to know about this journey and this thing called motherhood?
Pay attention to who they are and build on that, encourage that. If they're doing what they love and what their true self is, then they're going to be a success.
How terrific.
I love this segment so much. And every time I meet a mom, I say they're my new favorite mom. Because we sit and we talk for almost an hour about all sorts of things. And this all started again where, we interview people on this show. And sometimes, when we'll interview somebody and we'll say, they're delightful. Or we just think they're so awesome. Sometimes I wonder, what did your mama feed you? Like, how'd you turn out so great?
Well, I also watch it too as a mom, looking for advice, you know, trying to see who my kids are going to become and how you foster.
Absolutely. So with this one, there's a 10-minute conversation that we put together. We were laughing and talking and carrying on. So we put all of that on thirdhourtoday.com. So you'll definitely head there. It's good. Happy September, Today All Day. I'm Chanel Jones in for Jenna Bush Hager, and we have a great show for you on Today Talks. Let's kick it off with pop star Daniel Craig shows off as James Bond in the trailer for the latest film. Plus, Will Smith surprises the teen reprising his role as the Fresh Prince. Take a look.
As Mr. Roker would say, time for the best part of the morning.
Oh.
Mr. Daly working from...
you're a
where
Lone
the
Ranger?
kids?
What
No
happened?
graphics?
Guys,
School.
graphics department literally started school today. First day of school today.
Got it.
Good
Wow.
luck.
Man,
I
the
mean,
struggle is real.
if they want an education, they can stay home and work with their old man. Learn a little university of life. Right. But no, they had to hit the bus and go to middle school. All right, so they're off. Pop Start begins today, though. We got a good one for you here. This is the long-awaited trailer, the long-awaited sequel to the new Bond movie. I'll just put it down now. My arms can't hold them up that much. Those kids are strong, I'll tell you that. No Time to Die is the movie. Just 1 week after the studio confirming the film's October 8th release date, they're revealing one final preview showing Daniel Craig's last dance as 007, and even after 15 years as the iconic secret agent, Craig definitely has not lost his edge. Watch this.
James Bond, licensed to kill, in love with Madeline Swan. I could be speaking to my own reflection. I have to finish this. You ever flown one of these? No.
I haven't seen a trailer for a movie that's made me want to go see a film in the movie theater in a long, long time, and that is it right there. You saw Rami Malek is playing the villain there. No Time to Die. That is incredible. So, by the way, if you just cannot wait until this movie to come out in October, you can get your James Bond fix next week. Apple TV Plus is set to stream a documentary that a lot of people are talking about. It's called Being James Bond. It's taking a look back at Daniel Craig's run, his total run as being the 00 agent. So we're looking forward to that. Next up, here we go. Cue the music. We're talking about the Fresh Prince. Will Smith is officially crowned the next Prince of Bel-Air. In a video announcement yesterday, Smith surprised Philadelphia-based actor Jabari Banks with the news that he's going to be playing the lead role in Peacock's upcoming Bel-Air series based on the hit 90s sitcom. Take a look at Jabari's reaction.
What's up, Philly?
What's up? I'm good. I'm good.
It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, to be on with you, and from the deepest parts of my heart, I want to say congratulations to you. You have the role of Will on Bel-Air.
Thank you so much. This is a dream come true. You don't know, like I know you probably do know. You feel it, but I don't know. Like this, like.
I mean, you're already excited for Jabari. Look at him zooming from like a closet with the stuff in the back. He's going to Bel-Air. A new Fresh Prince, man. What a great reaction. We don't have a lot of time, guys. Quickly, we're going to end because, well, I kind of have to. The Voice, later this month. We are coming back, and we're coming back strong. We got our first-time coach, the great Ariana Grande, and we just put out our first look at this upcoming season, and it looks like Ariana is already giving the other coaches, particularly John Legend, a run for their money.
What else do you like to sing? Ariana Grande.
I am a huge Ariana Grande fan.
The biggest fan, obsessed with you. Oh my God.
She even came with a ponytail. Ariana is so talented. It's gonna be hard to convince someone to come to Team Legend, but I'm gonna make my case. I would love to work with you. It would be so fun. It would be an honor. Thrilled by your performance. Pick Team Legend.
Thank you.
We are so excited to have her, guys. She is so great. We've already shot the blind auditions, and she was amazing. We encourage you to watch The Voice Season 21, kicking off September 20th, of course, here on NBC. Guys, back to you.
Season 21.
Amazing, Carson. Thank you, honey. Coming up next in Today Talks, Dr. Natalie Azar has the latest vaccine details. Stay with us.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. You accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Dr. Natalie Azar talks the top health headlines, including vaccine updates. Plus, we have our favorite Overheard on Third. Check it out.
There have been a lot of important headlines concerning health in the news recently that you might have missed out on. So to walk us through this roundup, we brought in one of our favorites and our expert, NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Natalie Azar. Welcome back.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
So I want to start with this news about osteoporosis for women. There's a lot of headlines coming out that it's more common than originally thought, but there's actually something you can do about it.
Absolutely. And I think, these really weren't guidelines per se, but sort of this group of experts who put forth this position statement and recommendations. And it does represent a little bit of a change from the way we used to approach women who are at the highest risk for fracture. So if you're a woman out there, you probably, if you have osteoporosis, you've heard of something called a T-score on your bone density test. If your T-score is -3, if you are fracturing or losing bone density in spite of being treated with current medications or having a recent fracture, you might be a candidate for this new class of drugs that are called osteoanabolic drugs. As the name implies, anabolic means they're stimulating new bone formation. And you get like these fast, immediate gains in your bone density and reduction in fracture risk, and even more effective than some of the prior treatments that we normally use. Yeah, so if you're a candidate, certainly talk to your doc about whether or not this drug is right for you.
There's so many new health studies coming out. This one grabbed my attention when we talk about screening and staying on top of all of your numbers. And there's a recommendation out from JAMA saying that overweight adults should now be screened for pre-diabetes and type 2 diabetes at age 35.
Right. Wow. So listen to this. The numbers are actually quite staggering. This was a study that looked at the rates of type 1 and type 2 diabetes over a 16-year period. The rate of type 2 diabetes increased by about 85%.
85%?
85%. And what is one of the biggest risk factors for type 2 diabetes is being overweight or obese. 3/4 of the U.S. population qualifies as being overweight or obese. So the recommendation, Chanel, as you mentioned, is to start screening at age 35 instead of 40. The good news here is that type 2 diabetes, especially as opposed to type 1, really you can make a huge impact on your numbers with lifestyle changes, weight loss, diet, exercise, and of course there are medications also that are very, very effective in treating.
Let's talk about heart disease for a moment. Speaking of studies, there's this new Swiss study out, and this is especially concerning for women. And I want to make sure I get this right, because it shows that work stress, sleeping disorders, fatigue, leading to a sharp rise in non-traditional risk factors for women especially. To what can we attribute that?
So, the study authors attribute it to more women having gone into the workforce over that study period, and sort of saying that the combination of still parenting and mothering, and dads do their fair share, of course, but moms entering the workforce have led to this increase in, as you mentioned, what are called non-traditional risk factors. All the other things, hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol, that all stays the same. That's still really, really important. But this is an eye-opening thing for women, right? Because we all experience stress. We all experience, and we don't think of it so much as having a potential adverse outcome on our cardiovascular health, but it really can. So they really need to be addressed, honestly, as aggressively as those traditional risk factors, Craig.
And we can't let you leave without talking about COVID. I was actually shocked by the daily immunizations now averaging 900,000 per day. That's an 80% increase since July. Also, Dr. Fauci re-emphasized how important it is for pregnant women to get the vaccine. So where do we stand right now?
Listen, Dylan, if you're a pregnant woman out there or thinking about getting pregnant and haven't been vaccinated, please do. You can do so anytime during pregnancy. COVID-19 in pregnant women increases the risk of mechanical ventilation, hospitalization, and even death for the mom, and sadly also an increased mortality in the baby and also preterm delivery. And this is so preventable. So please, please, please talk to your docs about this. ACOG and CDC have now firmly stated that they recommend vaccination for pregnant people or women who are about to get pregnant.
All right.
Dr.
Covered a lot of ground this morning,
So
didn't
many
we?
headlines. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a Toronto weatherman. He was overshadowed giving his weather report by his own dog. Anthony Farnell was in the middle of his forecast when his pup interrupted, apparently looking for, I don't know, a treat or something on the ground there. How cute.
That's
you want to know what the dog's name is?
What's the dog's name?
Storm the weather dog.
Of course.
Oh, that's cute.
Of course, the
Storm.
dog's name's Storm.
I just realized your dog doesn't have a weather name. I would think,
Bosco?
Bosco's Bosco.
It's more, it's Bosco China Cassis Belly Cocoa Bean.
Whoa.
What?
Stop. What's your dog's name again?
Bosco China Cassis Belly Cocoa Bean. Bosco for short.
Every day you get weirder and weirder to me. Every day.
Welcome back. It is time for Overheard on Third, and we're doing a little Would You Wednesday here. And I will say, full disclosure, I didn't know this first topic was a thing. I've always thought it, but I didn't know other people thought it until now. So the first question is, would you use self-checkout at a grocery store just to avoid being judged for your purchases? So it's not about speed or convenience. It's just because you don't want people looking at what you purchase.
I can see that. Although if I'm ever uncomfortable buying something, I would just buy it on Amazon now. But I remember, I went to the store when I wanted to see if I was pregnant. I wanted to buy a pregnancy test. I'm 40 years old. I should be able to go to the store and buy a pregnancy test. But it's still just a weird...
Oh!
It's a weird thing. It's like you put it on the counter. It's like...
There's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, you're whole.
It's just
married,
weird.
all the things.
So, yeah, I can do self-checkout for that.
That's funny. Well, apparently a lot of people think this, okay? So there's this survey commissioned by Kroger. It found that 40% of people will go to the self-checkout because they just don't want people to see what they purchase. I will admit there are times where I'm at the grocery store and I see, I'm ringing up my stuff and I'm kind of proud of myself. I'm like, okay, there's some kale there. There's some, so don't judge. And then you look at other people's stuff and I'm like, okay, fine.
Who would judge you on kale?
People, exactly. So I feel proud of myself. Leave me alone.
I was thinking more like Preparation H or something.
Yeah, well, I remember back in the day when I was older teens, young 20s.
Yes.
And feminine products, I was ashamed. So there could be a long line for, let's say, a female clerk. And let's say there are two people with the guy.
With the guy clerk.
I would wait. Now I'm like,
here you go.
I'm mature.
Here's what I need. All right, another would you. Would you use a family email address? A writer on Lifehacker says it's a good system to keep both parents involved, for, say, school stuff. If you have a family email address, everything comes in. You can kind of see everybody's on the same page. Everybody's in the loop. I never thought about doing it.
We have colleagues who do it. I've done it before, but it ends up being one person who kind of reads all the emails.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, we had one as a family for the kids because let's say they want to email grandma or grandpa, but now they're old enough where they've all kind of petered off and no one checks the group one.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Because they always think somebody else is going to check it.
Yeah, but if you do that, when you go to the checkout and someone asks for your email address, you don't have to give your good one, so they're not overwhelming your email address with all that stuff you don't want. That's not on the notes, but that's just what I say.
So is that when you self-checkout, or is that...
Yeah, exactly. I just say, no, I don't have an email. All right, so last thing. The Guardian says that a lot of young people have started turning off their ringtones. Apparently ringtones are so passé.
Remember when you used to get a new phone, when all the new phones came out, like the Razr and all the other flip phones, and the first thing I did was see what ringtones they had on the phone.
That is true. People now just turn them off because they'd rather just get texts. It's not even about phone calls anymore.
I could see that. Brian does it mostly for work, we do too in the studio, but then when I call him, he never answers the phone.
Yeah.
Because his ringer's never on.
There you go. Ringers are so passé. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, it's all about organizing the bathroom just ahead.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna. They find contentment as homebodies and tips to keep the bathroom organized. Next.
Are you a homebody?
Yes.
You
are you?
Yes.
We're homebodies.
Look, there's nothing better. I kind of like it when it's just me at home, which is almost never.
That's like the guiltiest pleasure ever.
Okay, so you're home and it's just you and the door's locked. Like, what is going on?
I know. Well, I have a race with myself to get into bed.
Okay.
Do you feel that way?
Yes.
Like, I'm like, how fast?
Yes.
Can I take everything off?
Right.
Get into bed, turn the air low, because Henry doesn't like it so low when he sleeps.
Oh, he doesn't like it cold?
Well, he likes to save energy.
Oh, okay. Right,
but I like
right.
to sleep in.
So you put it really cold. Would you have snacks?
I don't like to eat in bed.
Okay, right.
Do you like to eat in bed?
Yeah. I mean, I would order something first, sit on the floor in front of the TV, get cozy on the floor. That's how I
Not
like
on the couch.
No, I like to sit on the floor when I have my meal because I like to have it all right around.
Interesting.
Yeah, we don't have a table there, so I just like to sit everything on the floor.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
And then cozy up, go upstairs, brush my teeth, get in bed.
As fast as you
Over.
can. And then sometimes I just watch some sort of mindless television.
Yes.
Okay, well, popsugar.com compiled a list of signs that you are a homebody of your friend group or just of yourself. Ready? So let's see. Let's raise our hand.
Okay, here we go.
And raise it with us.
You secretly love when plans get canceled so you can get cozy.
That's us. Your favorite part of the day is taking your bra off. Double D's. I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, I know that feeling of just like release.
Don't you love? And can you know how fast you can do it? Snap.
Fast.
Just like boom.
Fast.
Okay, the delivery guy knows you and he knows your takeout order.
It's hard in New York City.
No, they don't. They actually just give it to the door guy. They give it to the front door, and then someone brings it up.
But maybe but yes. I mean, we order a lot of delivery.
Yes.
Your best excuses. You have your best excuses ready to go in case you want to call and cancel plans.
Well, someone calls and says you have a plan. You're like, I wish I could, but my kids.
It's always kids, right?
I would,
or
but
babysitter.
I can't.
Henry goes, why do you always say the babysitter?
Child care issue.
Okay.
If there's one thing that can make anyone feel welcome inside our homes, it's getting rid of all that clutter. So we turned to the expert Ashley Jones Hatcher, a professional organizer from the Neat Method, who you saw yesterday tidying up our garages. Now check out what she can do to help you organize your bathroom.
I've got a lot of really cool things to show you, maybe some that you haven't even seen, and I'm gonna just jump in right away and take you underneath the sink, which can oftentimes be scary, but if you look over here, this one doesn't look so scary, right? So we've got a lot of things happening. The first is we've got these sliding drawer organizers. They're from Amazon. They really help you to utilize that space that can sometimes get left unused between the side of the cabinet and that pipe over there. We've also got this hot tool organizer. So this is a baby bathroom, but mom comes in here and steals some space away to do her hair. And so this is a way to keep her hot tools all organized and nice and neat. It's by Yamazaki, but it's from the Container Store. I mean, it's nice and, my favorite word, sexy. And then on the bottom, we've also got these Manhattan modular storage bins. They are from the Container Store, but what I love is you can stack them. You've got taller options that really help to maximize height and fill up your under sink space. So lots of really great things happening. Now let's go over here. This is one of my favorite sort of pro organizer hacks for how to take your bathroom and really make it look like luxury on a budget. So what we've got is these matching acrylic canisters. They're from the Container Store. They're $7.99 each, but they look like they are $1 million when you put them in here. And then over in this corner, so every inch matters, especially in a smaller space. This from Amazon is so cool. It allows us to store, we've got a couple of rolls of tissue in there tucked off to the side. You've got containers that lift up here. And again, it's really all about maximizing all of the space in your bathroom. All right, so over here, we're in a small space in a bathroom that doesn't have a medicine cabinet. Something like this toothbrush holder can really be the best answer to that. It's got a lot of really cool features like this drop-down compartment where we've got ointments in there. We've got a side compartment for your brushes, a top shelf, and there's even space to store your toothbrush on the side. So really, really cool. And then when we talk about another way to make your bathroom look nice and elevated and luxurious but on a budget, these matching dispensers from the Polished Jar help do just that. And because we're in a kid's bathroom, we've done them in plastic here. And then this 3-tier rolling cart, it's from the Container Store. You've seen it in offices, you've seen it in craft rooms, but I don't know if you've seen it in the bathroom. So regardless of how you're using it, in this case, because it's a baby's bath, we're using it for diaper storage. It's super convenient and it gives a big punch for what you're doing here. All right, ladies, so now we've moved into the master bathroom where mom and dad are. And in this case, you'll notice that down here under the sink, we've made a major transformation from what it was before. We're still using these same Manhattan modular bins that are from the Container Store, right? One of the things I love about them, though, is that they get real deep compared to other storage items here, so they allow you to go the full length of under the sink. So we've got his in this space. We've got a hers section over here, and you'll notice that there are a couple of bins of different heights that make things so much easier and functional. So we still have things on the counter, right? This home does not have any drawers in their bathroom space, but at the end of the day, as long as you have it organized to what you're using on a daily basis, that's totally okay. So we pulled it all out, we sorted everything, we categorized, and we put it back in place. And again, just like we talked about before, I've got my matching jars from the Polished Jar that really help add a little oomph. Okay, but for this last thing, guys, and let me tell you, it's the piece de la resistance. I'm gonna step into the shower so you guys can see this. This is one of the coolest organizing products I have ever seen. Typically you see those side shower caddies here, but this allows you to go all the way, get the full length of your shower. They've got hooks on here where you can hang things from, a mesh bag so things can still dry properly, and this amazing storage shelf, which really helps to maximize the space overall.
Amazing ideas, Ashley. To check out these products, head to today.com/shop.
Today Talks continues after the break.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Time to take you behind closed doors of another magazine-worthy home. This morning, we're going to revisit a modern but cozy New York City townhouse that happens to belong to a couple friends of ours, Nate Berkus and Jeremiah Brent. You probably saw these married designers competing against other design duos earlier this year on the HGTV show Rock the Block. Well, Hoda and I wanted to see how Nate and Jeremiah transformed their own home, and they had some tips for all of us. Take a look. Hi, guys.
Do you remember, guys?
Hey, guys.
Remember when
Come
you
on in,
decorated?
come on in.
Do you remember when you decorated our studio? Pause. Remember?
I would kill to be back there again. We miss you guys.
We'd love you guys to come back and freshen it up when we move back into the studio, okay?
Is that
Deal?
okay with you in about a year?
Yeah, no, of course, we'll be right back. Only if we have that little bread thing you guys just made.
That looked delicious. Okay, so tell us about this show. Well, thanks for letting us into your home, but also this show looks like so much fun. It's a competition, which Hoda and I love. Do you guys win?
Yeah. It was an absolute nightmare. Total nightmare. Never doing it again. But it was a journey that we had family, and we're glad we tried it. I've never worked harder in my life.
Did y'all fight, though, during it? Probably.
No. That's he's the easiest part of it all. We had so much fun doing it together, and we got to go to Georgia at a very important time in American history. So it was that side of it was really interesting. But the competition component, turns out I'm not built to compete. Yeah. It's not my strength. He's telling you the truth right now. We did fight, though, when I kept ordering Dairy Queen to be delivered to the house in Georgia. And Jared was like, stop eating your feelings. Like, are you okay? Like, what? I'm like, we're okay, right? Like, you're happy. I was like, I'm fine.
Dairy Queen is one of the world's best treats. Okay, so eat your feelings if you're eating that. Okay, so give us some tips.
Yeah.
We're in your new entryway or parlor. Tell us about this beautiful space.
Well, look at this first, because this is what was really fun about doing Rock the Block in suburban Georgia. We found all these amazing vintage things and antiques, and this was actually a drafting table, and Jeremiah calls this his relaxation station now. That's where I find you can see why. Yes, my relaxation.
By the way, the view looks killer, Nate. I mean, is that the ocean out there?
Oh, no. I wish. I wish, right? No, I mean... No, but what's cool about so one thing I think people should remember is that a home never really looks designed when you have things that are all the same age and all the same period. And if you want a room with soul, you have to mix in pieces. They don't have to be expensive, but they should have patina. We have 2 young kids. We like old things in our home mixed in, because then when the kids ding them, it's fine because they already have dings on them. All right. One of the other things that's really important to us is that I really believe that every space needs to have a real natural component. We've got this great black olive tree. There's always branches in the house. It intrinsically makes it feel alive. They're really easy to manage. Committed to keeping this tree alive. It's not alive, guys. No.
Oh, it's a dead tree?
You guys look.
Oh.
No, it's not dead.
It just looks a little sad.
Just not
It looks like it needs some Dairy Queen.
Will y'all take us downstairs? Take us to the next part of your house.
Yeah, of course. Come on.
But the green space, the branches. Wow, look at that beautiful bookshelf.
That is gorgeous.
I love that you guys are just in our home with us this morning. It's
we
awesome.
like it.
We're happy to be there.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Come on. This is basically where we live all day long. Yeah. This is our family room. As you can see, one of the really great things about this space is it's always changing. Our house is changing every 10 minutes, but it's at a place now where we're really happy. It's, not a massive room, but you can see the amount of seating that we've actually incorporated in here. Actually, and we also have little ottomans, because we have, 2 chairs here, and then our sofa's here, the TV's there, and the ottomans are great, and that's a great tip for people too, because that makes this seating area for 2, a seating area for 4. And when we entertain, we can pull them into any area. And another thing that really great for people to know, because we always get so many questions about like, what do you put on your fireplace? And everybody has framed photos and like greeting cards, and all this weird stuff. So do a collection like this pottery. It doesn't have to be pottery, but everywhere we travel, we bring back one of these pieces, and they could be $5 market somewhere. But if they're grouped together and things grouped together, make more of a statement. So all these pots, when we're sitting here looking at this view of our space, remind us of a place we've been.
By the way, that's beautiful. Y'all are amazing. It's gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Thanks, Nate and Jeremiah.
Thanks for doing this for us. It's great to see you.
It's good to be here with you, man.
I told you I just finished the first 2 episodes of season 2, and man, right from the opening credits, it hits you. So for people who are fans of the show in season 1, let's pick up a little bit of where we are exactly and what Bumpy's up to now.
Well, last season he came out of prison from Alcatraz, and he was like trying to regain his power again in the community with the Italians. Some of the maneuvering and stuff made him kill one of the made men there, and that ended up getting him a 5-family sanction for his death. So that's where we ended. Now he's trying to get the sanction taken off of his head. So the first time you see him, he's being pursued by some hitmen who've been sent out to kill him. And he is able to, through the French Connection, shift the balance of power back towards himself.
Yeah, I don't want to give away too much because we want people to see it, but the French Connection, as you were just saying, a little bit of homage to the movie that people might pick up as they watch these episodes. Sure. So what did you love for us about the character Bumpy Johnson, who we should point out for people who haven't seen it, was a real man. You know, you take some liberties with the telling of his story and the characters that were around him, but it's incredible how you put us in 1964 and what all that means in Harlem in terms of the civil rights movement and Malcolm X being in there and Muhammad Ali. Cassius Clay at the time is pulled in. So what was so fascinating to you about not just Bumpy, but this universe when you first heard about it?
When I was first approached with the idea, the thing that was appealing to me was the possibility of getting to explore the political life, getting to explore the civil rights movement and the criminality that was going on at the time, what was making up society. And this relationship between myself and Malcolm and that community, and the spiritual community and the political community through Adam Clayton Powell, compelled me to really want to do it. And so what we did was we developed a script. I was a producer at first. I wasn't sure if I was going to commit to acting in it. Then the script got developed. I liked it. I thought we were really on a great directory. And Chris Brancato is a really great writer. And so I decided to step into the project. This last season, I felt really proud of it, but this season is really amazing, actually. I'm excited to even watch some of the episodes again. It's pretty interesting.
I confess I didn't know Bumpy Johnson until season 1 of Godfather of Harlem. Did you know much about him when this project came your way?
I mean, I didn't know him because he'd been in a couple of depictions before. Lawrence Fishburne played Bumpy Johnson. Then there was a couple other portrayals. See him in American Gangster. What I didn't know about him was like the power that he wielded in the community, his philanthropy in the community, his intelligence, and also the strategic person that he was to be able to survive for like 4 decades doing what he does. And I think we explore that really well. It explores family life particularly too. You know, his family life, his wife, his daughter, his granddaughter, and how he's trying to protect them and live the American dream. And that's what he's doing. And the means that he has, he's able to latch on to something that allows him to like rise up out of the barrel, the crab barrel, and get to the top.
There's something, despite what he's doing, being a sort of this criminal mastermind in the head of a crime organization, that's incredibly charming about Bumpy. Did you see something in him as a character when you were reading that? Does there have to be a little of that for it to appeal to you as an actor?
Yeah, I mean, you have to see the whole person. Bumpy is somebody who's loyal. He's somebody who cares deeply about his family, cares deeply about his men. All of us can relate to that. All of us can relate to having a rebellious daughter or, you know, different problems at home and how to structure that. And then being stopped or somebody trying to block you from being able to achieve your successes that are rightfully yours in his mind. He wanted to be a lawyer originally. He applied to, you know, City College in New York, you know, to try to be a lawyer, and he was turned down because of his race and different things of that nature. And so here he finds himself. What options does he have? And this is one of the options that he sees is a real viable option to be able to rise, and he does it.
When you think about a New York mob story, your mind goes to Goodfellas or it goes to De Niro and Pesci sitting at a table somewhere. It seems to me you wanted to take this other piece of that story, and as you said, American Gangster does that too, of what was going on in New York City just a little farther north in terms of crime families and who was wielding power in the city at that time. Did you want to shine a light on that part of it?
That was really interesting, like this sort of battle, struggle for power, for the livelihood with the Italians. It just has great depth in the way it explores it, you know? And one of the things is to be able to see who can be the head of this empire. And that war happens between himself and the other mafia, the 5 families. In a way, his family is like the 6th family.
The relationship between Bumpy and Malcolm X and Adam Clayton Powell and all these fascinating real-life figures at the center of the Civil Rights Movement, and that place and time when they're trying to get the Civil Rights Act, and the Voting Rights Act would come later, and all the things that were happening at that time. It's this great stew of culture and what's happening in America, not just a mob story really, but why was that piece of it so interesting to you as an executive producer to be able to elevate that piece of the story?
I think that was one of the most important pieces of it. When I was trying to decide about doing it, I mean, it had been done a few times, Bumpy Johnson, in different ways. The thing that was attractive was that we were going to be exploring the politics of the day and the civil rights movement and activism. I mean, in this season, there's like unbelievable parallels that were already built into the story, you know, that because a lot of the problems that were happening during that time are still prevalent today. And so we do have a strong political movement inside of the 60s with civil rights and with Malcolm. And the riots, Harlem riots occurred during that period of time, as well as the fruit stand riot that also created the Harlem Six. All of these things were going on, and when you explore them, you get to deal with the culture, society, police, relationships within the police department and with us, how the government is trying to set our futures for us, you know, and what choices they make when they get to pass a bill like Adam Clayton Powell does. So we get to walk on a lot of different levels, and at the same time dealing with, like I said, bonding and friendship and family. It's just got a lot for everybody.
When you talk about the parallels today, there's that moment that really stayed with me in one of the first 2 episodes when you're talking to the French head of his operation.
Right.
And you say, we're both outsiders to this country. The difference is you came here by choice. Somebody brought me here.
I mean, my ancestors were brought here on a boat without their permission. And here we are, and we're trying to fight, and I'm still trying to fight, and all of us are still trying to break through this oppression that's suppressing the people of color and the black race, you know, in particular. And we explore that in the show. We explore it in a real internal and personal way. Like my daughter, you know, has made a large journey from moving and joins the Nation of Islam, and we get to understand a little bit more about that entity and what it meant to the people. And then we're looking at my wife, who is dealing with the feminist movement at a unique time. She's starting to get involved with that and starting to get into the politics of the Voting Rights Acts and trying to make more people vote, bringing people out to vote. So all those things were a big part of the tapestry underneath the umbrella of this mobster story or mafia story.
Did you, as you studied Bumpy, did you start to sympathize with him as a man and his plight and what he was going through, and see him immediately as something more than a kingpin of a mafia family?
Any part I play, I mean, I always kind of look for the human part or the part that connects with me. Then when I connected with me, when I played Idi Amin in Last King, I had to find a place inside of me that was him and his reasons and his desires. And with Bumpy, there's a lot of understandings that came along from doing this part about when people live by certain rules and when those rules are broken, what are the consequences of that? He's all the things. He's a chess master, he's a poet, but he's also a mobster, he's also a murderer, you know? In fact, you see him do that in the show a number of times. At the same time, when you're watching him, you start to relate to him, because you can relate to his struggles, you can relate to his failures, you can relate to him being pushed around by more powerful entities and harassed by the government itself.
What do you hope people who watch this series take away from it?
I think that people have to fight for what they believe to try to live a decent life. And I think the show speaks about that, trying to achieve that.
I also have to give you a shout out for your French. Did you speak French before that?
No, but I talked to Chris and I was like, I think we should let him speak French because he was in prison for a long time, and this is what different things that he learned, and so we'll see. We'll see if he speaks Spanish next year.
It also was a good side to show, like, I understand what you're saying. I can speak all the languages, I can play your game.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The music, I know Swizz Beatz is the executive producer for music on the series, without giving too much away again, opening the first episode with DMX, which was incredibly powerful given the scene and the music. How important do you think the music is to this show? Because I love it.
Yeah, the music's massive. It sets the tone. It also sets a little bit of like the correlation between yesterday and today. To try to find in a contemporary voice, what is the challenge, what are the struggles? And it's these same struggles, and you juxtapose them with the things that we're doing in the film in the past, and you start to realize that that's the heartbeat, the same heartbeat that's been going through as people have been trying to rid themselves of oppression and stuff for years. Swizz does an amazing job. He's amazing, artist, and he's been able to mesh those things in I think a beautiful way.
There's something really cool about, I know I'm in 1964, but I think I'm hearing Nas while this is all happening.
Yeah,
I'm hearing DMX.
Yeah,
Just a
DMX.
cool reading your story for us about how you got where you are. Because when you look at your childhood, you look at a guy who was born in Texas, moves to South Central LA, then to Carson, and was a football star and a straight A student and an opera singer. When's the last time you sung an aria?
I don't know. It's been a long time. I used to sing every once in a while just for fun. I like some of the old Italian songs,
Yeah. Where did the singing come from?
When we were in school, that would be the offering for the groups. The singing group was using classical voice, magical music, and things of that nature. So we joined the Madrigals to sing. And so there was an interest from there. And then I got a music scholarship for voice and did my first kind of light opera, I guess, the Beggar's Opera, which is kind of the precursor to the Threepenny Opera. And then I went back off to conservatory to study acting some more.
By all accounts, you were good, but you made a choice at some point. You said, okay, maybe this isn't what I want to do with my life. I want to become an actor. What was that decision like for you?
Well, I felt like it's a pretty square box of an art form. Generally, it wasn't going to be reaching the people that I grew up with or the people that I wanted to speak to, too. I wanted a broader reach of what the messages would be to the people. And so I decided that this wasn't the way to go, that it's better to try to express that through acting. And fortunately, I was able to continue school. They gave me a scholarship to study acting as well. And I sang in this little movie recently, a beautiful movie called Jingle Jangle. And
Keegan, yeah.
It was a musical, and I had a great time. It was one of the best experiences I've had working on film my whole career ever.
That was a fun movie. We interviewed him a couple of months ago. We talked to him about that.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's really good. Do you remember how you first experienced movies growing up?
Yeah, it was a big deal for us because we would go to the drive-in theater. Actually, I think it was the Vermont Theater. And that's where I first watched movies for decades into my life. I never went to a walk-in theater, until I was, I don't know, must have been in my teens.
Really?
Yeah.
What was it about the drive-in? Your family just loved it?
It was two things. I mean, for one, you all come together as a family and you get to sit in the car. And the other was it was cheaper because I think you only had to pay like one fee.
Exactly.
And then your whole family could come in the
Throw
movies.
everybody in the car.
So that was great. And I paid homage to that in a movie I directed. And I made them build like a drive-in, it was a movie Hope Floats with Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where she goes out on a date and it's at a drive-in theater. So we built the theater there because we were always like, you mean there's no drive-in theaters in Texas? You know? So
I think they've made a little bit of a comeback, sort of a nostalgic drive-in theater. And by the way, the last year or so, it's the best way to go see a movie. So.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You started working pretty quickly for us. I mean, you were 19 or something when Fast Times at Ridgemont High came along.
Yeah.
So you were in the game. As you look back on that movie that a lot of people love so much, what do you think when you see it or when you think about it?
It's hard for me to imagine it's me, actually. He's got his red jumpsuit on and it looks like a warm-up suit. So cocky and so young. It's such a long time ago. It was the beginning of a lot of our careers. It was the beginning of Sean Penn's and mine and Nick Cage, and Jennifer Jason Leigh, and all of them. We were all these young actors that were launched in that movie.
Was that experience and the success of that movie, did that encourage you to say, okay, I can do this for a living now? This is going to work for me? Or did you feel like you were still clawing your way up through the ranks?
After I finished that movie, I was in LA studying acting, and I decided I didn't feel I was ready to be put on film. You know, I didn't think I was good enough at that point. So I went back to conservatory, and I left LA, went to San Francisco to go study at a conservatory there to try to get better before I was put on film.
That's incredible discipline for a young man who probably had opportunities in Hollywood to say, I'm not good enough yet. I'm not sure I've heard that before. Usually people dive right in head first.
Sean spoke to me once about this movie Bad Boys, and I was like, I can't do that. I gotta get ready. Go do some more training stuff. Get
and
better.
Boy, did it work. I mean, you go on this run from '86 and '87 with Platoon, Oliver Stone, Color of Money, with Scorsese, Good Morning Vietnam, with Barry Levinson. What was that like as an actor to get sort of that education from that run of directors?
It's pretty amazing because they're all quite different from each other, really different, but they're fueled by passion. Your passion in your work really creates something amazing. Scorsese, you seem to be really detail-oriented and stuff, and wanted to be precise. And David Fincher, was really knowledgeable, not just about the acting, but about the camera and stuff. And Clint Eastwood was able to create an environment that allowed things to flow without any breakage or movement. They were all different. Oliver was madly impassioned about this story that he was trying to tell, and I was, fortunate to get a chance to work with a lot of some really great filmmakers,
You mentioned Clint Eastwood, Bird, where you won the Best Actor award at Cannes.
Yeah.
Still a very young man. What was that experience like?
I was trying to figure out if I should be doing this as a destiny, as it was part of my destiny for a long period into my career. So even after cons and stuff, I was still questioning. Even my family was still like, "You want to go back to school and be a teacher?"
Really?
Yeah.
You come back from Cannes with a Best Actor award, and they say you should be a teacher?
Yeah. At that time, nobody was paying attention. Nobody knew. The people didn't understand that what the cons was even.
Right.
I was trying to find a way, and it wasn't until I think maybe about Last King that I really started to say, "Okay."
Really? It took you that long?
Yeah, it did actually. I was always trying to figure out if I could get good enough. I talked to this man, this kind of spiritual guy, and I was telling him that every time I play a part, I'm still seeing myself. I mean, I can't disappear. I can't transmutate. I can't change it. You know what I mean? And he's like, "Well, what makes you think that when you're doing it that it's not real? And I said, "It's not, because it wasn't until Last King that I was able to change my vibration enough to be able to shift the characters to the degree I wanted to. And I haven't done it a lot. I've just continued to work. You think you know something and you got a handle on it, and then you try to repeat that thing when there was like magic of the unknown before.
Right.
It's like chasing yourself.
That's so amazing, because The Last King of Scotland is almost 25 years into your professional career, and you're saying that's when you finally clicked in. What was it about that part when you said, "Okay, I think I got this one now"?
I remember there was a couple of guys with me, Daniel, and we would always be going around. They had been living in Uganda, that's where they were from. And when I was going around with them and stuff, we would go do everything. Like I go to the mosque, I go to the ocean, I go to this place, I go into the tombs, I go into, what's going on. The entire time while I'm shooting the movie, I was working on the character, but I continued to try to experience more about being African and stuff. At one point, they said, "You've done it, there's nowhere else to show you, And then they said, "I know you don't want to go on safari, but that's a part of Uganda too, And I was like, "All right, we'll go."
Did you feel like when you were making that movie for us that this is something special? I mean, your wildest dreams can't go to the Oscar yet, I know, at that moment, but did you feel like, wow, this, not just my performance, but with this film, we're doing something uniquely good?
I thought, when I finished, I just said, I've done all I can. I can't do more. If I'm supposed to do this, then it'll manifest itself. And if I'm not, then I'll know,
Yeah, well, it did manifest itself when you were standing up on that stage holding the Oscar, and there's this great moment when you get up there, everyone stops clapping, and you go, "Hold on, let me just get this moment," and you just were sort of quiet for a couple of seconds. What was that about for you?
I wanted to experience it, being with these people and like in that moment, and not like walk past it, be so overwhelmed that I can't even feel it, that I'm feeling this motion of exaltation, not just a moment of fullness. So I was looking for that, connecting,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't think most people realize, too, Forrest, what a prolific director you are. And I knew that. I said to you when you sat down here and you started checking the cameras and the lights. By the way, Scorsese did the same thing. He's like, okay, so we're here and we're here. Good, good, good. But Waiting to Exhale, and there are a bunch of movies that you've done and music videos. What do you love about directing a movie different from acting in one?
You create the whole universe outside, you know, and you get a chance to hopefully help people rise to the greatness in themselves when you're working. The actors, the crew, that they feel like they're reaching upward together, and that's kind of cool.
Is it ever frustrating as a director when you're not in the film saying, ooh, I wish I was doing that scene, or I think I could do that a little bit better?
I used to be like, only time I would get like that would be like, they can't figure out some problem that's it's so clear, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I just go sit in my trailer and just wait till they tell me they're ready. You know?
You directed, I mentioned Waiting to Exhale, Whitney Houston in that movie,
Mm-hmm.
and the music video that went with it as well. What was it like being around her and her gift, her talent?
She's amazing. I loved her, you know. It was like really special because, you know, she put so much trust in me, you know.
We're talking about Godfather of Harlem and parallels to today and doing meaningful work that explains what's happening in the country now. The same could be said for The Butler or for Fruitvale Station. Is that the kind of work you've always looked for? Are you more focused on that more recently? Obviously, Fruitvale Station is flaring up again right now as we sit here. It's telling us something about our country.
Ryan's a pretty brilliant filmmaker, and he told that story beautifully. And it's a really important story about the abuse and brutality of the police, and when that happens and occurs, and tries to bring you inside of it to understand it. You know, when I met him, he was a young filmmaker. Well, he was in college, and he had an idea, but I could see that he had this sense of purpose and to be able to carry it through. So we started to work on it with him, and he made this, I think, really important film. I think he's done a couple of important films. I think his other film, Black Panther, is also a very important film for the culture, empowering for people. And so I was fortunate to get a chance to see that in the beginning, and now the world is seeing it because of his work.
What do you think when you watch this happening all over again?
I think the cycle of abuse and suppression and stuff has not been stopped. This sort of separatism and racism and stuff has to be dealt with at the core in some ways. The question is how you do that. The protests, I think, brought it to people's minds in a way that the uprisings brought it to people's minds more clearly about showing the frustration and the dissatisfaction and the fact that we won't allow that to come forward, you know, continue to happen. And now I think there's a vanguard of people that wouldn't allow it to happen if there's any way they could stop it, who are willing to step up and do so because they did. It's really sad, you know. It's been happening since I was a kid. I mean, a few people on my street were killed by different individuals and different authorities, you know what I mean? And so how do you fix that? When people have to continue to be vigilant and move forward in their way to be able to try to push forward the problem and to clear it out. There's a lot of trauma that's gone on in the nation because of that, as well as obviously the trauma that's occurring because of COVID-19 and stuff. And so there has to be some form of healing that happens and occurs as well to those who are still suffering and struggling through this plight the African American community and people of color have gone through since the beginning of this nation, since the Indians and the natives were here and were abused and discarded. So you just have to find our different ways.
Are you hopeful that we can do better?
I'm hopeful because I see the youth standing up and rising up and speaking out in their voice, and I recognize that those will be the ones who are taking our places, and the nation may slowly through its loss of individuals and the new youth coming up will at least have different points of view, hopefully, in a lot of different places. And I think that people are not just standing idly by and watching things happen, that they're trying to record it, speak about it, protest it, set up places to do it. And I think one of the things that also has to be set up is places of trauma, because I think people have been struggling with this kind of trauma for decades and decades and decades. And so how do you heal while you like still continue to fight? And I think that's a question to be answered.
You've reached a point in your career, you've won an Oscar, and you've done everything you've done in your career. To hear young actors say, I want to be like Forrest Whitaker when I grow up, I want to have the kind of career he's had where I get to act in good movies and be in good movies that also turn out to be blockbuster movies, and I can direct a little bit and basically do what I want to do. Do you feel like as you start to look back at all the things you've done, you've kind of done it your way?
Pretty much I've kind of made the choices that I felt were the right ones in my career. There's probably been times where I was taking care of my family and maybe I did something I might not wanted to. But on a whole, in the 90s, I probably kind of stuck to what I believe.
I think for most of your career you probably have, actually.
Try.
Congratulations on the new season of the show. It's so great to talk to you, Forrest. Thanks.
Great. Nice talking to you too.
Thank you.
Hey, Today All Day, if you can't live without coffee, trust us, you're not alone. But up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite ways to use espresso with 4 recipes that will get you buzzing, including a show-stopping tiramisu and an espresso martini with a twist.
Italians love their coffee, and I am no exception. Whenever I'm in Italy, my first stop every day is to a coffee bar. In the mornings, it's for a cappuccino. And then later on in the day, a shakerato. And of course, I love coffee-flavored desserts. First, I'm going to show you how to make the perfect pot of espresso using a mocha pot. Then we'll shake up my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. For dessert, an Italian's favorite pick-me-up, tiramisu. And then a delicious cocktail that you can't live without, an espresso martini. So if you love coffee as much as I do, come along and let's get buzzed. A mocha pot is a stove-top coffee maker that you will find in pretty much every Italian household. And it's quite easy to use. This comes in this hourglass shape, and all you need is some espresso and some hot water, which I already have in the bottom half of my pot. Then you want to take your coffee filter, and I'm using coffee that's ground for espresso. There are different types of grinds out there, so make sure it says espresso grind, and then slide it right into the bottom half of your mocha pot. All that's left to do is screw on the top half. You want to get a tight seal to trap the steam in. Once you put it on the heat, the water is going to boil and the pressure is going to push it through those grinds into the upper cavity. Okay, I'm going to put this on medium heat. That's all there is to it. This is going to take about 8 minutes, so I think I'm going to start making some lunch. Nothing beats a good sandwich for lunch, and today I'm going to be making one of my favorites, a mortadella and provolone panino. It's sort of like a bougie bologna and cheese sandwich. Now, this sandwich is delicious because of 2 components, and one of those is a garlic butter. This garlic butter is quite simple to make. 4 tablespoons of softened butter. You know me, I always need to use a bougie butter. $1 for every time I say the word bougie today. And then garlic, but 2 ways. First, just a little bit of fresh garlic. Fresh garlic is so pungent and just kind of hits you right away with that garlicky flavor. But then I also like to add just a pinch of garlic powder. It's a little bit more well-rounded, and it hits you a little after the fact. So that garlic flavor is there with every bite. Just kind of stir it and mash it all together. Set this aside now that it's nice and well combined. Next, the other thing that really adds a little extra something special to this panino is an artichoke spread. It adds this creaminess, this freshness to the sandwich that I think you're really gonna enjoy. It all starts with just a can of artichoke hearts. I've drained it, and now I'm going to rip off the leaves. I just want the creamy heart for this recipe. and the last one right into our mini chopper. Now just for the last few ingredients. Instead of salt, I'm using pecorino. It's gonna melt into our sandwich and it's also going to season it. It's nice and salty, and if you haven't heard me say it 100 times, it's one of my favorite cheeses. So a tablespoon of that, and then 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. And last but not least, just a couple of cracks of black pepper. Put on your lid, give it a couple of pulses. We're just looking for a nice spreadable consistency. This looks great and it smells delicious. Now all that's left to do is to put everything all together. So I'm using some sliced bread. This is the kind of bread that my grandmother used to have for us growing up. You could find it in most bakeries, just a good boule, Italian boule. So first we take our garlic butter and spread a nice thin layer onto one side of the bread. Make sure you get every crevice, every nook and cranny of this bread. And same thing. Now, flip one of the pieces upside down so that the butter is on the bottom. When we put this in, the butter will be on the outsides of the sandwich, and it's kind of gonna be like inside out garlic bread. Up next, our artichoke tapenade. Just enough to cover our bread. Tastes better on the sandwich than it does on the board, I'll tell you that much. Okay, next up, mortadella. Mortadella is one of my favorite cold cuts, as we would say here. It's fatty, it's so flavorful. This one has gorgeous specks of pistachio in it, and it's just so delicious. I like to pile it on. Sandwich is all about the fillings. I think I'll do one more piece just because why not, right? And then some provolone. This cheese will melt nicely and it's just gonna provide a nice, sharp flavor to the sandwich. Cover it up, butter side on top, and it's ready for our panini press. You can hear that sizzling already. We're gonna cook this low and slow, about 3 to 5 minutes until it's nice and golden brown. I can hear the butter kind of sizzling. Can you hear it? I think it's done. Oh, yes, it is. Carefully slide it to the board. Look at the cheese. Oh, crispy where it hit the griddle. Now that this panino is ready, all that's missing is a perfect beverage to serve alongside it. I'm going to show you how to make my favorite coffee beverage, a shakerato. It is not very popular here, but I think you'll love it. I usually drink coffee with a lot of milk or creamer in it, and this has none of that, but it doesn't need it. It's so delicious. I'm going to take a shaker, I'm going to fill it generously with ice. No need for bougie ice here. Then our Demerara sugar. It's an unrefined sugar and it's relatively coarse. Then our freshly brewed espresso. 2 shots right on top. And then cover it up. I like to cheat because I'm nervous. Don't want to be wearing it. Wrap it in a towel and now just shake, shake, shake vigorously. At least 20 to 30 seconds until you feel like you're gonna die. Don't give up. Okay, my arms hurt. See? Saved myself from wearing that. While you might not need bougie ice, this drink calls for a bougie glass. and shake it out. The sugar creates this foam. Keep going. We want all that coffee and all of this beautiful, slightly sweet foam. And that's all there is to it. I can't wait to dig in. This drink is so simple, but so perfect. It's just a marriage made in heaven. Can't get enough of it. Now this truly is the perfect lunch.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends in today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes. With Xfinity X5.
Tiramisu is the quintessential coffee-flavored Italian dessert, and it's the perfect balance of coffee-soaked ladyfinger biscuits, savoiardi, and the delicious, decadent mascarpone cream. The first thing we need to do is work on our coffee soak. I reserved the rest of the coffee from this afternoon's mocha pot, and I brewed another one. We need 2 cups of our espresso. So a 1/4 cup of sugar is going to go into this, along with a 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla, just for a little extra flavor. That's all that we need for our soak. Whisk it up to dissolve all that sugar. Perfect. We'll let this cool now while we work on the remaining components of our tiramisu. Now I'm going to make the mascarpone cream. This is my favorite part of a tiramisu. It is so tasty. I honestly could sit there with a spoon and just eat the cream as is, but I'm gonna be nice enough and show you how to make the tiramisu from start to finish. We need eggs, both the yolks and some of the whites. I need 4 of the whites and 6 yolks. Super important that you don't get any yolk or fat into your whites, or they're not going to whip up later. First, we're gonna start with our egg yolks. And I'm making what's called in the French pastry kitchen a pâte à bombe, which is simply egg yolks, some sugar, and flavoring. My flavoring of choice for this is a dry Marsala wine. Not sweet. We have enough sweetness going on with all the sugar that we're adding and our savoiardi biscuits. Going to add 2 tablespoons of this. Then some sugar. We'll add a 1/4 cup to this. Some salt. 1/2 teaspoon of that. And we'll throw a half a teaspoon of vanilla in as well. When baking, I like to add like flavors to separate components to kind of tie them all together. Now, grab a whisk. Give this a quick initial stir just to combine everything. And then I set up a double boiler situation where I have an inch of simmering, barely simmering water, and we're going to place this on top and whisk away to slowly begin to thicken this mixture, cook the eggs the slightest bit, and to dissolve the sugar. Carefully nestle this right on top. The bottom of your bowl should not be touching the water. And then just whisk away until it begins to thicken. It will lighten in color. You can see the texture starting to change already. It's thickening slightly. It's a beautiful, silky texture. You can really smell that masala coming out of this. You can see how much this is lightened in just a couple of minutes. I don't feel any granules of sugar, which means that it's ready to go. You want to transfer this straight to a stand mixer. I have it fitted with the whisk attachment. And now over medium high. Let it go until it cools down. It'll be cool to the touch, and this will thicken up even more. Perfect. It's no longer warm, it's pretty much room temp, and you can see how it's thickened, and we're getting these beautiful ribbons. Thank goodness for this machine, because I can't even imagine how hard it would be to do this by hand. Up next, one of our star ingredients, mascarpone cheese. It's basically the Italian version of cream cheese. It's the best way to describe it. And I'm using a full 16-ounce container. And just add that right into our yolk mixture. Get that all in there. Okay. Put that back on. And you want to mix this just until it's combined. If you over whip it, you can break this batter. This looks delicious already. Set this aside. And onto our whites. So we have our 4 reserved egg whites, and to that, a final 1/4 cup of sugar. Add that in. Start with a clean, fresh whisk attachment. Once you see it starting to form ribbons just like this, you can bump it up a notch. That's perfect. We're not looking for super stiff peaks here, just soft to medium peaks. We're nearly there. All that's left to do is to combine our 2 egg mixtures, and we have our mascarpone cream all ready for assembly. Add about 1/3 of your whites and gently fold/stir it in. This is to soften the yolk mixture to make it easier to fold in the remaining whites. These egg whites are going to lighten the overall mascarpone cream and just give it this beautiful, airy, moussey consistency. Be very gentle, folding it over so that you don't deflate those egg whites. This looks great. Now that we have our 2 main components, our coffee soak and our mascarpone cream ready to go, I'm gonna do a little tidying up to make some room for the fun part, the assembly. Grab yourself a casserole dish. I'm using a 7x11, but a 9x13 will work for this recipe. You'll just need a few extra lady fingers, but you'll have plenty of coffee and plenty of cream. Grab your Savoiardi or lady fingers. They're super crispy and feel hard, but they are made for things like this. They're going to just absorb that coffee instantly and get nice and soft and give us the best mouthfeel when we bite into our tiramisu. The trick is to be quick. If you leave it in the coffee too long, it's gonna absorb too much of it and disintegrate and lose its wonderful texture. So one at a time, boom, it's all it needs. And then start lining your casserole dish. The first ones have already begun to soften, where I can kind of squish them down. Let's see if I can add one more Savoiardi. Perfetto. Now that our bottom layer of cookies are in, it's time for the layer of mascarpone cream. Scoop half of this cream right on top. That looks about right. Then with your offset spatula, gently caress it over our cookies, evenly spreading it from corner to corner. Okay, that looks great. Now for another layer of our Savoiardi. At this point, you don't have to, but I just can't help myself. I'm gonna just put a little zigzag pattern on top just to make it the extra littlest bit prettier. Gorgeous.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Let's get this bad boy unwrapped. You can see the cream has kind of set. All it's missing is just a little bit of a garnish, some cocoa powder. You want to be nice and delicate, gently tapping your strainer. to get just wisps of this gorgeous cocoa powder. And finally, it's time to dig in. I think I want this corner piece. Glides right in there. Those lady fingers have softened beautifully. Can you see those layers? The lady fingers have truly absorbed all of that coffee, and there's very little of the actual cookie left. It's super soft, and those gorgeous layers of cream. I can't wait to take a bite. This is definitely the perfect pick-me-up and one of my favorite ways to enjoy coffee. Ooh, and it looks like I have a little bit of espresso left. Don't worry, I have another sweet trick up my sleeve.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm not much of a drinker, but when a cocktail tastes like dessert, I can definitely get down with it. The first espresso martini is credited to a British bartender who first served it in the 1980s. But unlike most nightcaps, this one packs a punch and will keep you up at night and keep that party going. So take it easy. People love this drink because it's so easy to make. The classic version has 3 ingredients, but I like to add a little something special to mine. Start with a cocktail shaker, of course. Something to measure everything in. A strainer. And some booze. I'm using vodka and coffee liqueur in this. The first step is to load your cocktail shaker with some ice. Then I took the leftover espresso that I had, threw it in the fridge to get it nice and cold, and I'm going to add 2 ounces straight into our cocktail shaker. Up next is our vodka, 1.5 ounces of that. Right on in. Then for a little extra punch and additional coffee flavor, some coffee liqueur, just 1/2 ounce. Then for my little extra ingredient, sweetened condensed milk. It's a little unconventional, but it adds a little sweetness and just a little more creaminess. And it's a little reminiscent of like a Vietnamese iced coffee. 1 tablespoon of that right on top. Then just like our Shakerado, we want to shake this vigorously. Get all those ingredients well combined, at least 15 seconds. Okay, our shaker is super frosty. And if you thought my Shakerado glass was bougie, you ain't seen nothing yet. Look at that bad boy. Grab your strainer. Look how delicious, how creamy. Get every last bit of that. Now, if I didn't already have a decadent dessert waiting for me, what I would do is make an espresso martini affogato. First, I would shake up an espresso martini, just like this one. Then I would fill a glass with 2 scoops, 3 if I really feel like treating myself, of premium vanilla ice cream. Pour that delicious martini right on top and enjoy. But for now, this will definitely do the trick. Cheers. You can never have too much coffee.
It wouldn't be Game Show Week without an appearance by the one and the only, she's a national treasure, Jane Lynch, the Emmy-winning host of a Hollywood Game Night.
Oh, thank you, Bonnie. Season 6 of the Star-Studded show premieres this week with a whole new group of celebrities facing off in hilarious party games.
All right, so today we invited some celebrity friends of our own. First up is Jocko Sims, star of the new NBC medical drama, New Amsterdam, back this fall. It's a big hit for season 2.
And Michael Uwaye is starring in the brand new legal drama Bluff City Law, premiering this fall on NBC.
Yes, thank you for being here. Okay,
fantastic. So this is what's going to happen. You girls are going to drive, so you're going to start first, Karen. Sit down.
Oh, wait, yeah, we have to also introduce our Plaza fans.
This is Karen, everybody.
Right? It's time to meet our Plaza fans competing in some Hollywood Game Night fun. On my team, along with Jocko, is Ginger Hennings from North Carolina.
Ginger.
And on our team, Michael's team, is Karen Johnson from New Jersey, and she'll be, we're going to win. Right?
Okay. All right. So here's, you want to tell us how it's going to work?
Yeah,
Jane?
absolutely. Now I take control. Is that how this works?
Yes.
Okay, here's how it works. Our Plaza player will drive the car while their 2 teammates will take turns hopping in here in the passenger seat, giving clues about famous landmarks. If you guess the place right, well, if you guess say that again. Okay, if you guess the place right, you get a point. If you don't guess the place right, you can pass. 60 seconds needs to be on the clock for this team one, so we're going to start. Well, who are we starting with?
We're starting with Jenna.
Oh, see, I want to take control, but I don't know what we're doing.
Come on, Jocko, let's do this.
You're first.
Pretend you're driving.
We're going to watch how
Okay, so we take turns being in the passenger seat.
Exactly.
We got to win, all right?
Yeah, you got to go to the end of the line, and then you let Jocko in. Okay, I swear to God, I've hosted this before. All right, here we go. Here we go.
And then we switch after each question, right?
Yes, yes. So if you get it, you can remember you can pass. There's 60 seconds on the clock. All right, now I am going to show you, Jenna.
Okay, but you can't, where Ginger can't look.
Well, watch how I do this. I'm a professional. I know how to do this. Kind of relax. 60 seconds on the clock, please, and go.
Where are we going? Okay, it's in Paris. It's a place that's the most landmark tower.
Yes, that's right. Come on in here.
Where are we going?
All right, cool. Jenna lived in this place for a little while.
Texas, the White House.
There you go, the White House is correct.
Where are we going? Okay, we are going to, this is a place in Italy. It's slanted.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Oh, very nice. Yes, it is. Where are we going, Jocko?
Let's see, to a bar. This represents our freedom here in New York.
The Freedom Tower.
Another one that's more like a lady.
Statue of Liberty.
There you go.
Good.
Nice. Good.
Where are we going? Okay, this is in San Fran. It is a red Golden Gate Bridge.
Yes, go ahead, girl.
Go ahead.
All right, Jocko, where are we going?
What's the next one? Jocko.
All right, cool. This is the place where you have the president's faces.
Mount Rushmore.
Atta girl.
Where
Wonderful.
are we going? Okay, this is a big, I can't say the words.
No,
in this.
yeah,
This is a big place. It's in a large
Grand
country.
Canyon?
No, it's in a country in Asia.
Oh, that's all right.
That was hard.
It was the Great Wall of China.
That was so hard.
That was hard.
China
China
or
very well. How many did they get?
How many did we get?
How many? 6. Fantastic.
Yes. All right, come on, Ginger. We killed it. We killed it. Ginger, come on over here.
No pressure.
All right, y'all come.
All right, so now we've got Trisha.
No pressure, Karen. You got this.
And Michael, right?
I start first.
So Trisha's going to be blindfolded, right?
I'm just gonna, yeah. So hey, listen. So you remember where you going each time, okay? Are we ready? 60 seconds on the clock, please. And go ahead, Trisha.
It's in New York. It is one of the tallest.
Empire State.
Yes.
Got a girl.
Good job.
Where we're going?
We are going, it's like a triangle.
Pyramids. Where we're going?
Yeah, we're going to let you have that.
Use the pyramids. Yeah. Where we're going?
We're here in the building right now. This is where they light the Christmas tree.
That is correct.
Tall, that's hard. Tall figures, faces, mysterious.
That's a tough one.
Pass. Yeah, I would pass. That's a tough one.
That's good.
That's a tough one. Okay, this is a really big. It's in the middle of the country. You can take a mule ride down into it. You can camp into it.
Yes!
There you go. Where we're going?
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
And we're going to pass again?
Yes, we are.
We're going to pass.
Where we're going? Where we're going?
Pass.
Where we're going to go?
Where we're going?
Stars, LA.
Walk of Fame.
Yes.
Very good. Very good.
Where we're going?
This is Greek.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. How many?
It's Greek. 5.
We got 6.
Coliseum.
So what did they get? 5. And you got 6. You are the winner.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us.
We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us.
We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us?
Yes. There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Jane, hey, how are ya?
Really good. How are you? Thank you for having me this morning.
Oh, it feels so good to see your face, even virtually. What's been going on? Tell me how this quarantine has been for you.
Well, I'm a bit of a loner to begin with, so I love having the excuse to stay in without feeling, badly about it, like I'm antisocial. But, it's I think people are getting bored, and the virus isn't over yet, and I'm in that camp as well. I would love to go back to work, but it's just this continues. But I think for a lot of people, it's reached the limit, and I feel so badly for all of us. This is a tough time, and it's also been really a great time because we have kind of bonded together, and even there's a lot of division too. But when we do bond together, it just fills my heart with joy.
No, it sure does. And Jane, we've been thinking about you because you are known, of course, from that great show Glee, and your co-star Naya Rivera lost her life tragically, and she was such a talent. What do you remember about her?
Well, I think that one of the things that kind of got lost when we were doing the show is what a force she was, because there were so many talented people, but she was one of those people. She wasn't in every scene, but when she was, look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes.
She just blew everybody away. I had 3-page monologues. So did she. It took me a week to get mine. She would do them right off the bat, and they would be changing them, and she had no problem with it. And she was a real... My niece Megan was very close with Naya, and Megan always said that with Naya, you felt like somebody had your back. She was somebody who wasn't going to let anybody mess with you. She was a great advocate, and loved the fact that she and Heather Morris had the lesbian relationship on the show, and
and how much that meant to so many young people. So yeah, she was a force of nature, and it's just a gut-wrenching and heartbreaking that she's gone.
Well, we are with you, and we know she will be so missed. Since the last couple months, we haven't gotten to see you, and it feels like it's been 10 years, like a long time. We thought we might catch up with you, okay? So we're going to play some questions, see what you've been doing during the quarantine. First up, what's the one thing you thought, okay, if I had more time, I'm going to totally do this, but then you didn't do it?
Read a book. I really thought that I would read a book. I've gotten so, and this is because of Twitter, and I don't mean to blame something other than myself, but it's because of Twitter. My attention span is shot.
Oh.
I only like those adrenaline punches that you get from Twitter. So I actually did, in the beginning, I did read an actual book, a paperback book, an autobiography of Aldous Huxley. And then I thought I stacked them up. You looked around this room, you would see stacks of books, and I haven't cracked the spine of any of them.
Jane, you just have to put Twitter away and open a book. I promise you it's worth it.
I hear you. I got to do it. But you know what? I'm addicted. It's a tough thing.
Okay. What's the one thing you're looking forward to when this is all over?
Oh, and I bet you are too. But like going to the theater.
Yes.
Going to a movie. Going to a lecture.
Yes.
When I see, because I do a lot of, I listen to a lot of talks on YouTube, and I just miss that so much, being in a group of people. Like I would love to go to school again. I would love to be in a class, and I love that, getting together en masse and learning something together. I really miss it. And of course, I do stage shows with the Tony Guerrero Quintet and Kate Flannery. And we had to cancel our entire season, like most performers and musicians have had to do. And so that's a drag. I would love to get back to that.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's so funny. You were sitting right in front of me at the last Broadway show that I went to, which was Moulin Rouge, which was just so fantastic.
Wasn't that stunning?
It was.
That show just, for me, it brought Broadway home to me in such a big way. It was such an impactful show. And I can't wait for those people to get back on stage and start trotting the boards again.
I agree. Okay, so have you picked up any new habits during this time?
Yes, I have gone down the rabbit hole of UFOs.
What?
UFOs. And now, I don't know if you're aware of this. This got lost in all of the news. You know, there's so much in the news these days. But the Air Force released 3 videos of unidentified flying objects that they can't explain. And that got me going down the rabbit hole. It started with the Joe Rogan podcast, which I watch all the time now. He has such fascinating people, and he's a really smart guy. But he had 3 or 4 different shows about UFOs, and that led me to watching some documentaries, and that led to me having freaky dreams and one night I swear I was abducted. It was really
we
crazy.
Are so glad they left you back on Mother Earth, though. We're glad they put you back where you belong. You know what I'm saying?
Me too. Put me right back in my body in my bed. But yeah, that's been just fascinating to me and freaking me out in a really, really interesting.
Okay, so Jane, you are an amazing game show host. We love the show Hollywood Game Night. So when we heard that you're hosting the Weakest Link reboot, which if anybody doesn't remember the show, they definitely remember the tagline, "You are the weakest link. Goodbye." Remember? I mean, we all know it. So you get to host this when it premieres this September. So exciting.
Right. So that's the wonderful Anne Robinson, who did it for a couple of decades. Started in England, and it's based on the BBC quiz show format. And then we did it here in LA on NBC, and in the USA on NBC in the early aughts, if you will. And so they're bringing it back now, and I am just honored as heck to step into those. I think she wears thigh-high leather boots.
Wow.
I think I'm really excited to be stepping into those. And we've been doing Zoom rehearsals. We're going to premiere it sometime in September. And that's been really fun. And what's great about this show... Rumi,
is that a dog?
Relax.
Who is growling?
That's Rumi, and that's because Sweetie next door is in the backyard, and that's her backyard.
I mean, this is. Oh, by the way, if anybody could have. Rumi. Rumi, no, she's on TV.
I know. He doesn't care.
Rumi.
He doesn't care.
Your mother is doing something.
Go outside.
So good. I kind of miss those moments of my children invading you, but you've got your children that do not understand what your job is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they think life just goes on, but it doesn't. I'm on TV.
Can you please tell Rumi that he is the weakest link? Goodbye, please.
You are the weakest link, Rumi. Goodbye.
Sounds like you're ready for it. Okay, now that we've talked about future projects, we want to take a trip down memory lane. See what we did there? You've been in so many things. So can we walk through some of your first roles that people may not remember? Okay,
please.
When you see this picture, tell me what pops into your head. Married with children.
Married with Children. I said, will you walk my Winky? Was the name of the dogs. Perfect theme here. And he says, you walk your own Winky, lady. So I remember that.
Okay. Frasier.
And that's my own dress, by the way.
That
that's
is?
My suit. Yeah.
Okay, this is this is Friends with Monica and Chandler. Tell us.
Right. I played a real estate agent, and they were looking for. You remember the character who talked like this? Yes. I forget what her name is, but she used to be in love with Chandler. She was in it as well. But it was one of the last episodes of Friends.
Okay, next one.
Very happy to be on it.
Yeah, I know, Friends. I mean, who doesn't love that show? I think this is Frasier, right?
Oh, is that Frasier? Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh yeah, it was a Thanksgiving dinner, and I think I was his sister, maybe.
You were
yeah,
Frasier's
oh my God,
sister?
I barely remember that.
I know. I love that. Okay, finally, Party of Five. We've got to see this because this was one of my favorite shows.
I was delivering terrible news to them about their baby brother. And I remember that Matthew Fox said to me, if this were your child, would you do the surgery? And I said, if it were my child, I would.
Oh, and so did they do
Very
Did they
touching
do the
moment. Yes,
surgery?
I did the surgery. It was successful. The child survived.
Okay, well, that's really good to know. Okay, I guess we have time for one more, too. Let's see it.
Oh, great. I'm a doctor a lot, aren't I?
Yes.
Oh, that is King of Queens.
King of Queens, yes.
Yeah.
You remember?
I should have had my own lab coat for these things. Yes, they were trying to conceive, and I was their in vitro doctor.
I mean, really, you could maybe be a doctor at this point, right?
I probably could. I mean, I don't have any medical training, but I look pretty good in that coat, don't I?
I think it looks really good. Okay, so yesterday was one of our favorites, Oscar winner Viola Davis's 55th birthday. She celebrated by sharing an inspiring message on Instagram about owning your own story. So she posted this photo of her childhood home in St. Matthews, South Carolina, with the caption, above is the house where I was born, August 11th, 1965. It is the birthplace of my story. Today, on my 55th year of life, I own it. All of it. So some people were a little confused whether she bought the house or not. She doesn't own the house. She was talking about owning her own story. But first of all, I love Viola. Jane, don't you?
I do. She's a wonderful actress and a wonderful advocate as well. Yeah, she's a true force of nature.
I think owning your story is such an important thing too. When you feel like all of you, even the things that maybe as a little girl you might have been embarrassed about are part of who makes you who you are. Was there a moment when you?
I don't know that I had that I probably in small ways, but I think what's so profound about what she posted yesterday, that August 11th is also the day that Kamala Harris was announced as Joe Biden's VP choice. And the first woman, well, not the first woman to be announced, but first black woman, first Asian woman, and for that to be her birthday and for her to have that owning of her story and that realization of embracing all of who she is in this world, I think is pretty fortuitous that it happened on that day. And I'm sure that you share this with me and many people out there this morning that I was almost shocked at I knew I'd be excited, but I was really deeply moved when he announced Kamala as his choice, and I think it just really filled me with joy. And everybody I talked to, I would see people out on the street where I take my walk, and I see almost the same people every day, and they go, "It's Kamala, it's Kamala," and everybody was, it's just nice to be excited about something.
And you know what? To hear I have two little girls, and so politics aside, when they heard that a woman could be, Mila ran up and said, "Daddy, a woman could be the vice president," and that filled me with joy as her mother.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are back with Emmy-winning actress and host Jane Lynch, who's hanging out with me while Hoda enjoys some time off. And so, Jane, we cannot let the queen of game night go without playing a game. So are you up for a game we're calling the Jane Game?
I love the name of it. I'm up for it, yes.
Okay, maybe you're... Okay, so this is how it's going to work. We're going to give you a quote, and you have to choose which famous Jane said it. Are you ready?
Yeah, God, I hope I'm up on my Janes.
Okay, I think you can do it. Put a minute on the clock. I'm just kidding. I felt like I should say that as a host. Okay, here's the first quote. It's never too late to start over. Never too late to be happy. Did Jane Fonda say that or Jane Pauley?
Jane Fonda.
Correct. Okay. Next one. We are all fools in love. Did Jane Austen say that or Jane the Virgin? I know you haven't read recently.
I have read some Jane Austen, not recently, and that is Jane Austen.
Correct. You're killing it. Okay, here's another one. Sometimes I sing too beautifully. Did Jane Seymour say that? Or Jane Krakowski as Jenna Mulroney in 30 Rock?
Jane Krakowski.
Correct. Oh my gosh. Did you know that for sure?
I knew that for sure. I've never heard it, but it sounds so much like her character.
Okay, here's another one. There is no happiness like that of being loved by your fellow creatures. Oh, I know who said this, I bet. Did Jane Eyre or Jane Goodall say that?
Jane Goodall.
I thought so too.
It's not?
No, Jane Eyre said that.
Oh my God, I was so pompously sure.
Me too.
That was a trick one.
That was. Our producers are smart. Okay, here's another one. You think this is hard? I'm passing a gallstone as we speak. That's hard. Did Jane Jetson say that or Jane Lynch and Glee?
Jane Jetson. Lynch.
Jane Lynch. I was going to say. Okay, you know what you get for winning this game? We're not going to leave you empty-handed. We're going to get a Hoda and Jenna coffee mug sent straight to your house, and if you want, you can mark out the Hoda and write Jane and Jenna.
Well, you know I will.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. Okay, we have to ask you about something that's left a bad taste in our mouths, and that is a new study of 3,000 Americans that have found that we are much more aware of our own bad breath, thanks to wearing masks. So I wonder, now by the way, this was done by a toothpaste company, this particular study, so take it for what it is. But now have you found this?
Yeah, I have absolutely found this. And the worst is, say you go into a store, you put on the mask and, whew, that's bad. Then you take it off and you go to the next place and you put it on again and you re-experience that breath, and it's even a little more stale now that it's penetrated the fiber. See, my breath, my very own breath.
I know. You know what, Jane? We need to come up with a word for this because I feel like we'd be in the Urban Dictionary. You know how if you create those new words, it's like
absolutely.
We need to come mask breath or something. But
Mask breath. We've got to be a little more clever than that.
I agree.
Unfortunately, I've only had one cup of coffee. Yeah. I come up with something.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. But thank you, Jane, for everything. I had so much fun hanging with you today. Please come back soon, and good luck on all of your projects.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
She is a marvelous actress, a marvelous singer, a marvelous game show host, and she is making her marvelous return in the mega hit show, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Of course, we are talking about the one, the only, the incredible Jane Lynch, who is reprising her Emmy-winning role as comic Sophie Lennon, one of the most famous comedians back in the 50s. And here's a sneak peek of the highly anticipated new season.
Welcome to the library. Books feed me.
Well, it looks like you ate all of them.
Beg your pardon?
I just said impressive.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Okay, we're chomping at the bit for this third season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Yes, I am too.
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, you know, we go to all the table reads, so it's almost like, because every script is complete when you do the table read. Usually, you know, they have to do rewrites and whatnot. So the table read is like getting a sneak preview of everything that's happening, and it's
Do you love
just
playing
the best.
her?
I
She is
adore
so much
it.
fun. What do you
Just
love about her?
Well, I love that aspect of the character. I love how smug and erudite she is, and deep down inside, not even deep down, right on the surface, she is riddled with self-doubt, and she's insecure. And now there you see, I am as Sophie. I think she's more comfortable as Sophie from Queens.
Yes.
Yeah, I think she's more comfortable in that skin, for sure.
So when you got this role, and people love this show, do people like come up to you? I mean, I was just thinking, like, I cannot wait for this season to come out.
This show is really one of those things that they can't wait for it, and everybody appreciates from top to bottom, soup to nuts. It's the most gorgeous show you've ever seen. The costumes, and oh my God, Donna Krakowska is our wardrobe designer, and she does as much work on the characters as we do, maybe more.
Yeah.
They're just amazing. Even the background artists are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look at the set.
It's gorgeous.
Isn't this amazing? Look at that.
We had Rachel Brosnahan on
she's a
a couple of days ago, and she was talking about something interesting. She said, her character is kind of going out on the road, and she said she was so shocked. She said she's not a mom herself, but she said, I was so shocked at the mom shaming that she was actually getting on the street from regular people walking up to her going, or even interviewers saying, do you think that your character is a terrible mother? She was like, what do you make of that?
Well, I think, this is I think we're so quick to shame mothers.
Yes.
For sure. We all have some idealized notion of what it means to be a mother. But here, what we have are two people who got married really, really young.
Yeah.
We have two devoted parents, and both of them are finding their own way in the world, and they're supporting each other as much as they can. And she's got this dream, and she's a great husband raising the kids right now, and of course the grandparents. And this is back in the day when the grandparents and were very much a part of your life, and
living right by.
No, well, it happens today still, but I mean the family unit was definitely a lot stronger back then than maybe it is now.
We teased it, so we have to ask.
Yeah.
What are you doing for the holidays?
Yeah. Well, I go on tour with my album, and we have a Christmas album called A Swinging Little Christmas, and it's a big band album. I do it with Kate Flannery, and we go all over with our quintet, go all over the country. So we're doing that, and then my family had traditions of McDonald's on Christmas Eve.
For real?
For real, McDonald's, because the only McDonald's was like 3 miles away, and McDonald's on Christmas Eve.
Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, the South Side.
Okay.
And then my dad would read The Night Before Christmas to us, and then he'd pretend to throw sleep dust in our eyes like that, and we'd go pretend to fall asleep. And we'd, of course, get up at the crack of the dawn and open presents and have ham and eggs.
Did you leave cookies for Santa?
We sure did. Oh, always. And a beer, a Ham's beer. Yeah, because my dad liked hams.
Did your dad teach you? I mean, when you look at somebody as talented as you are, did you have parents that helped you learn this ability?
Yeah, my father was hilarious in a very Catskills way. In fact, I do him a little bit. He'll do like a terrible corny line and then go. Waiting for your laugh.
So it was like a dad joke before dad joke was even a word.
He's the original dad joke guy.
The soothing rhythm of nature. The certainty of growing things.
The kind of faithfulness that whatever life does, and I think over the last year with the pandemic, this has been very powerful, that however difficult things are, there is a surety that things will grow and they will flower and they will die, and that's fine. That's okay. That's part of the rhythm.
Life endures. It happens.
Yeah.
Which is incredibly grounding at a moment when most of us feel like so much is out of control.
It's connecting you with things that feel like they matter. You don't even have to explain why they matter, because they just do, and they also are real. You can't fake it.
Monty Don has been Britain's most famous gardener for decades, hosting BBC Gardener's World for the last 2 from his home at Longmeadow near the Welsh border.
Hello, welcome to Gardener's World.
The show, now available in America, seeing its highest viewership in 10 years. It's exactly the escape we all needed.
That pace of life, which is changing all the time, but at its pace, not yours, not the pace of modern life, and the deep rhythm of it that connects the seasons, is spiritually very rewarding, as well as fun. It's nice, it's good, it's easy, it's not a complicated thing.
For Monty, his career in gardening sprung from a deep depression after closing his jewelry business with his wife, Sarah.
Working in a garden outside has results that very often pharmaceutical efforts don't. And I think that everybody can improve their well-being, if you like, if not their mental illness. So you can improve your mental health by working in a garden. And my goodness, we all need that.
Monty is joined every Friday night in prime time by his 2 popular co-stars. There's Nellie and Patty. Meanwhile, stuck at home, we had all become gardeners.
So these are some of my seedlings. So I think these are kaleettes maybe, or this is kale. Didn't label them, rookie mistake. That's supposed to be salad. This is supposed to be lettuce.
With varying degrees of experience and success.
Come on. Monty just pops these out.
And while it's a global language, our connection with the great outdoors, Monty observes, is culturally pretty different.
And what struck me was the relationship with nature and wilderness and with gardens. You have such impressive wilderness. You have the amazing mountains and deserts and lakes and rivers. They're all bigger and there's just more of them and the distance. So there's a disconnect with your back garden and that. If you want to immerse yourself in nature, you can do a journey and be in as wild a state
I
as
go
anywhere in the
hiking,
world.
right?
Yeah.
I get out, I leave my house.
Yeah, you see, you talk about hiking. We go for a walk. We take the dogs for a walk. We go, I go out the gate and go out across some fields. You go hiking, and you know,
and we wear spandex.
Yeah,
I know, the whole thing.
And that sort of, in some ways, that's wonderful. In lots of ways, it's wonderful. But it sort of makes your yards redundant.
When you were in America, biggest difference?
Well, I suppose the obvious difference is the sort of archetypal suburban American front garden with these lawns running seamlessly down to the sidewalk. And the whole British idea of a garden is somewhere that is private and hedged in, and you don't go into it unless you're invited in. Whereas in America, hey, hi, I'm here. Look at me, I'm the same as you.
It's very much, that's my MO, kind of, on a regular basis. Yeah.
Whereas we say, hello, have we been introduced?
Do you think there's going to be an American gardening renaissance?
Yes.
Kind of we're on the cusp of that.
Absolutely, and not just a renaissance, I think a genuine naissance, a birth. I think that all the great things that we love about America, the energy, the optimism, this sense of making it happen because you want it to happen, can be applied to gardening.
And optimism is central to his BBC show Big Dreams, Small Spaces, also available in the US. It's a makeover show with very British sensibilities.
People have bonkers ideas, and my favorite two things that you do are when people say, I really want to make this model thing and put this moss in here, and you say, lovely. That sounds like a wonderful idea. And the other thing, when people fall in love with tropical plants that are entirely inappropriate for their setting, you tell them such, and 3 months later, they have planted that plant. And you go back and they've ignored everything you've said.
That's absolutely right. It's I share all that, and I really. The thing about Big Dreams is obviously is that it's based around ordinary people doing extraordinary things within the context of the more wacky the better.
Right.
But actually, some of the most moving ones for me have been when people have done something very modest, but it's been big for them. It's not a race. It's not a competition.
And now a new generation is digging in.
A club moss. I have a club moss here.
Greetings. Take a look at this succulent.
Last year on social media, updates and tutorials, even the dawn of the plant-fluencer.
As especially in the rain, they do go over quite quickly.
And for Monty, that meant a younger, more diverse, more global fan base.
I think what's changed because, the whole idea of the ecosystem, of ecology, of climate change, are pressing and direct and immediate. And gardens are an expression of that, inevitably.
And we care a lot about that as a generation.
Your consistency, and so you should. I mean, increasingly I see my role in life is to empower and enable your generation to do something about it.
Right.
Not just talk about it or avoid it. And secondly, I think that you've sort of gone sideways at it. So for example, who would have thought 5 years ago that houseplants would be probably the biggest thing in gardening?
Right.
Nobody. And so what you've done is say, okay, we don't have a garden, let's bring it indoors. There's the internet. You now can talk to each other, you have access, you can show pictures, you can do Instagram. We had none of that. A whole tranche of the population have a very different relationship with their garden because that is their outdoors, that's their relationship to nature. It's not seen as a job or a chore or a duty. It's seen as something that can give to them as well as them do to it. And I just think that gets us back to the basic elements of humanity. It's who we are, it's what we do, and that is empowering.
And luckily, we've got Monty, Nellie, and Patty too, on both sides of the Atlantic, there to lead us.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And food for thought, arriving in the U.S. as a refugee is certainly a difficult transition, and the pandemic has made that adjustment even more challenging.
But one nonprofit called World Relief Seattle is offering some refugees a glimmer of home in a community garden, helping them grow right here in America. Take a look.
Wow, thank you.
Welcome to Paradise Parking Plots. Once a neglected parking lot on the outskirts of Seattle, this community garden is now host to 44 plots tended by refugee families from 23 different countries.
This is a community garden for refugee and immigrant communities who wanted to grow food from their countries, and they missed seeing that at their local grocery stores.
Tamina Martelli is the program manager for World Relief Seattle, a refugee resettlement organization that built and maintains the garden. She's also no stranger to the struggles faced by the families she helps.
I came to this country from Bangladesh. I was actually underage, and I was living with this American family in a very rural part of Idaho, and I was kind of like a Tootsie Roll in a marshmallow factory. I was one of the only dark people in this entire town. To live in a place that is very, very different often takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes kind of that resilience. I have worked in refugee resettlement related things, kind of creating that type of thing for the last 25 years.
Prem Adhikari, a Bhutanese refugee, has found solace and sustenance here throughout the pandemic, growing vegetables from her homeland.
So this one we call in our language it is chukuruke, but I never found in grocery store in America. We eat every time freezer before, but when I start my gardening, I eat the fresh vegetables.
The pandemic did not stop the garden from hosting its Refugee Youth Summer Academy for ages K through 8. The kids learn about environmental science and work on their English skills.
We're doing some online kind of virtual learning, but we're still doing a portion at the garden, which has been a highlight for the kids to be able to get out of their apartments and to come here.
You can look at different types of vegetables, plants, flowers, and you can just learn a lot of things. For example, we can learn about bees pollinating.
So what happens when flowers become pollinated?
It turns into fruits.
That's right. High five. So sorry.
The summer program also employs interns from immigrant backgrounds. 17-year-old Risa Suho, a Filipino immigrant, says she was placed in special ed classes when she first came to the U.S. because she wasn't in lockstep with her classmates.
When you're told that you're special ed because you can't keep up with other kids, you don't think like it's the education system failing me, it's the thought that I'm failing myself. It's super important, especially for these younger children, to see someone who's kind of looks like them and can relate to their experience.
Refugees are often incredibly resilient because of the so many different things that they have had to go through. Often I will have gardeners tell me, my plants don't know there's a pandemic. Having the power to grow your own food, a virus can't take that away. And that's kind of what we're working towards, is providing solutions that are sustainable over time.
And this amazing program is not ending with the fall harvest. World Relief Seattle is piloting a new winter course for refugee gardeners, too. You can find more about the program on today.com.
It's good for the kids, too.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We were not but a few steps into Central Park's ramble when...
This guy right here. Yeah. And he's a what?
White-throated sparrow.
Until that moment, I assumed all sparrows dressed alike.
So these sparrows are part of kind of the first big wave of migrants that are going to be on their way through the area. And this is a good place to see them.
We are with Cornell University ornithologist Andrew Farnsworth, a sort of Bill Nye of birds, if you will.
Did it surprise you in the last year as COVID and the pandemic took over that people, it seemed like, went crazy for birds?
It was not a surprise. This kind of situation where people want to be a part of nature, and especially in a time when there's a lot of emotional challenge and a need to reconnect with something, anything, and the connection with birds because they are beautiful, they sing, they do cool things.
Like that robin you shrewdly observe hanging around all winter. Turns out, some are true frequent flyers.
There are some that are residents here, but there are also birds that migrate to New York that spend the winter. There are birds that breed here that leave New York and disappear for the winter. So even though it looks like robin is always here all the time, there's tremendous flux in this species.
Farnsworth has traveled the world, observing, studying birds. An avian ally, it seems sometimes the birds came to him.
Yeah, there it is.
That is just a great looking bird. I'm sorry. Have you seen the warbler? I'm a little high from that.
Warblers are the epitome of spring migration.
Bird watching can be mesmerizing.
Great way to engage and also disconnect, both.
I like that phrase, engage and disconnect.
Easy enough to see why so many recently flocked to this pastime, like Sheldon Goodrich.
What does it do for you to come out and watch?
It's peaceful. It's I mean, especially now in the spring, the sounds of the birds, sometimes just sitting and hearing the water, hearing the birds, watching the behavior, it's peaceful.
But for birds, the world is not as welcoming as it once was.
How are our friends, the birds, doing these days?
That's a good question. It does vary by species, but if we think about bird populations as a whole, in the last 50 years, there have been precipitous declines.
Birds are, in fact, the proverbial canary in the coal mine of the environment. The North American bird population is down by 3 billion since 1970.
If we're thinking about birds as indicators of our environment, what does 3 billion birds lost say about the challenges our ecosystems are facing around the planet?
Nearby, a massive barred owl has been perched for months.
I check her when I can, and most of the time she's there.
Isn't that something?
Oh, it's great. It's great.
As if to remind us that birds are a cherishable, but also perishable gift of nature, not to be taken for granted.
And I've been listening to a chorus of birds this morning
House wren. On cue. Could you hear it? Amazing.
Yes.
And for people who want to get into this, there are so many sites. Cornell, for instance, has this amazing ornithology department. They have a great eBird website. You can get into it. I've seen one for the state of Minnesota. There are all kinds of them to help you take little tiny steps into this amazing avian world. It's just terrific.
I feel more peaceful just after that story.
I wonder if the birds are on Twitter.
Al, do you know the difference between a bird watcher and a birder?
No.
Bird watcher, they say, is just somebody who just observes birds. But a birder is somebody who will travel to go look at birds.
Right.
So I guess
Well,
you're a
they keep
birder.
lists. A lot of these folks keep lists, and they want to make sure, I haven't gotten the something sapsucker yet.
Right.
So they take off to go find it. Yeah.
The something sapsucker.
All right.
All right, Harry.
Our local birder, Harry Smith. Thank you,
The
buddy.
last 6 months, I've seen so many bird watchers.
Bird watcher.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feed the birds when you're out there? Do you bring some crumbs? Is that allowed?
You know, I asked Farnsworth about bird feeders, and he said it's okay. And there are a lot of places, actually in Central Park, where people kind of spread crumbs and stuff. But
I don't know if that was allowed or not.
Thank you, Harry.
We spent a lot of time indoors lately, so why not get out and explore? Well, this morning's Influence Her is a nature lover who is sharing her passion. Rue Mapp is the creator of Outdoor Afro, a nonprofit that encourages Black Americans to embrace the great outdoors. She's already inspired thousands to do it, including Miss Oprah Winfrey herself.
If time and money were not an issue, what would you really be doing? And I opened my mouth and my life fell out. I said I'd probably start a website to help Black Americans connect with nature. And it was like the world opened up.
At 37 years old, Rue was raising 3 kids and finishing up a college degree when she started a blog called Outdoor Afro.
What is Outdoor Afro? I grew up with such an incredible connection to nature and recognized how it had improved my life. But as I continued to get out into nature experiences away from cities, I didn't see enough people who looked like me. And I certainly didn't see us represented in the pages of the glossy magazines that highlight the outdoors. So I started that blog from my kitchen table in 2009.
Today, more than a decade later, that blog has turned into a national nonprofit organization with networks in 30 states, with 40,000 people participating and growing.
We do that through a leadership team of folks that we train to connect people to nature and to really kind of help people get their nature swagger back.
Ooh, nature swagger. I like that. I have to tell you, I'm sitting here thinking about my childhood and growing up. As far as, let's say, going to national parks or some of those kinds of things, I don't remember us really doing that.
We have to really rethink nature, right? Like nature is not only in these hallowed national parks, it's right in your own neighborhood.
Outdoor Afro brings people together for all types of activities.
How to camp, how to fish, how to kayak, those skills. But then there's also the community where you can go out and you can be surrounded by people who are learning right along with you.
Yeah. When did it resonate with you? I think this is going somewhere.
I could see the place that Outdoor Afro could step in and fill some of the gaps that I saw. We are diversity within the diversity. A friend of mine, she's like, Rue, just step out and the net will appear.
A net she has counted on since her 20s after climbing a mountain for the first time.
It is a powerful metaphor, and that's exactly what it became for me. At the moment where I was about to give up, my instructor leans over and he says, Rue, trust your feet. That's when I knew that nature was a healer and a teacher.
In 2010, Rue was part of the think tank that inspired Michelle Obama's Let's Move campaign.
All you kids grow up healthy.
She continues to work with the California State Parks Commission and recently took Oprah hiking earlier this year.
It was so perfect to get out there with Oprah and to talk about the history of redwoods. Those trees tell a story of rebirth and regeneration that I feel all people can connect in and relate to.
I've done several interviews now with experts, and when I ask them how to find peace in the middle of what feels like a stormy situation in this country, one of the top experts said, you know what? look to nature, soak up the sun, and just breathe.
I always say that you go out in nature and the trees don't know that you're Black. The birds are going to sing no matter how much money is in your bank account. The flowers are going to bloom no matter what your gender is or whether or not you're a Republican or a Democrat. It is truly an equalizer.
There's just so much going on in the country right now. How do you, with what you do, wrap your mind around all of this?
And I ask myself, what is it that I need to be doing right now? How do I show up?
Rue showed up by organizing and leading healing hikes.
It's about people getting out and really finding that healing for themselves. There's a whole range of emotion, trauma, discord that's happening, and we have to still be present for our families. We still have to take care of ourselves. And so I really want people to turn to nature to get the restoration and the healing that they need.
So true. By the way, anyone is welcome to join Outdoor Afro on their adventures.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on and a reliable connection for all your devices, whenever and however you watch with Xfinity X5.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
On a frosty winter morning, Alice Lewick is suiting up.
You feel warm enough? Yeah? You want an extra pair of gloves?
Alice may be dressed for the sledding hill, but instead, she's headed to Hickory Hill Nature School in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania.
All right, can we hop this? Woohoo!
It's what's called a forest kindergarten, where the children are outside all day, rain or shine, even during the recent snowstorms. Stacy Gummy started the school 5 years ago.
There are days I have to imagine where it is freezing, sleet, rain, or on the other end of the spectrum, it can get really humid and hot. Do the kids complain?
No. Children are very resilient. We all know that. Everybody says it all the time. Here we really realize they're resilient, but we have to start off warm and we have to have the right gear.
Alice began last fall in virtual kindergarten. Her mom, Rebecca, has a health condition that made in-person classes too risky.
Tell me what it was like there in the beginning, trying to get her to sit in front of a computer.
She just wasn't getting the joy that I think she would have been getting in the classroom if we were able to do that. She just wants to be out in the world like so many little kids.
A friend tipped Rebecca off to Hickory Hill. And in November, Alice was one of the few to get off a long waiting list filled with parents looking for a safer alternative to in-person school, one that didn't involve sitting in front of a computer.
We had a wait list of over 40 children, and we have 12 spots per day.
Have you ever had any cases of COVID or had to shut down?
None.
None?
None. Nope, it hasn't even touched us.
Forest kindergartens are getting new attention during the pandemic, but they started in Denmark in the 1950s and are popular across Europe.
Ready? Let's show her.
See.
Look. And you can see they've gotten a lot bigger. They might be salamander. We're not positive. I have to ID it still. So this is not teacher-led. This is child-led. We ask them inquiry questions, and based on that, they follow their interests.
What did this bark come from?
And there's so many studies now that show when a child follows their interests, they retain that information much more readily.
Nature preschools and kindergartens in the U.S. tripled in the past 3 years. The increase coming as children are spending half as much time outside as their parents did.
Many kindergarten teachers are saying kindergarten is now first grade. What we learned in first grade is now learned in kindergarten. So that play is out the window, and it's tough. I think reading and writing and all of that comes very naturally to children because it's fun to learn. However, we are working on life skills. These children are going to be resilient and able to go into a school and communicate with adults wonderfully, with their peers wonderfully, and learn to critical think.
What are they doing?
So they're driving their cars.
Oh, they're driving cars, of course.
But I look at this as they are learning to communicate, work together.
Yeah.
A big component of forest schools, risk-taking.
Go backwards.
Oh,
and pull all your weight. So this is a skill that we have to teach.
And they're so fearless.
Outdoor play that's building a valuable skill set. Climbing trees, test their balance and motor skills.
We are here to hear the sap running inside of it.
They're learning to recognize patterns in the animal tracks around the school.
A deer.
And learning to share in my favorite, the mud kitchen.
Can I have some of those ingredients?
Yeah.
Those muddy clothes, they might be the only downside to the parents we spoke to at pickup.
I saw you pull up and you've got a whole organized system. You take the muddy clothes, take those off. You must be used to this by now.
Yep, they come home completely drenched and covered in mud almost every single day. They love it.
The smile after Alice's first day of school, making it all worth it.
I texted Stacey a picture of her face the second she got in the car, and I said, I have not seen this face since March. It makes me just feel such deep gratitude for the fact that she has it back and has had it since.
My name is Herman Hayes, and I make Dilla's Delights Donuts. James Yancey was my oldest sister's son, music producer, and my little knucklehead. My son told me he was going by the name Jay Dilla. I don't know how he created it or why or from. You could probably find out from Questlove or Pete Rock, somebody who probably asked him that question professionally. Dilla worked with so many artists that there's too many for me to name and not leave somebody out. Erykah Badu is Common, Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul. Dilla's father was the leader of the Ivies, which was a local Motown group, along with my sisters being trained as an opera singer and gospel singer. We could tell at a young age that he was just inclined to love music. Wanting to hear music and wanting to play music was in the blood, you know what I mean? But he just took it to another level. Dilla's personality as a kid was a recluse. I was the one he was bugging, you know, because I had the donuts and I would bring the donuts. And with me, he would talk because he knew I was the bearer of the donuts, you know? I have always used drumsticks, even when Dilla was a baby, to turn my donuts. No idea that he would be a drum master. I think he had that sense that went through him that I can communicate and I can touch people through sounds. He was in LA living because of health problems. Common told him, you can come stay with me in Cali. And he went out and lived with Common. I know he had kidney failure. I know he had lupus. They misdiagnosed him a few times because different effects come from lupus. They lose the hair, they have the blotches on the face. It's predominantly a woman's disease. My oldest son had visited him in California. He said, Jay ain't doing too well. A little saddening, and I was hoping he'll come out of it. He'll be fine. He's young. I want people to know that lupus devastated my family. He made his album called Donuts, and like I say, I was shocked. I was grateful, a little stunned by it. It's kind of getting me now because I'm flashing back to February 10th, 2006, and I was like, wow, just blew my mind, We started to honor him by doing lupus walks and raising awareness and raising money through the Alliance for Lupus Research.
Years ago, we started an event called Donuts Are Forever as a way to honor Jay Dilla as a producer that we really love.
People started meeting me and saying, oh, you're the uncle who made the donuts. And this was like, you started this. And I was like, well, no, I'm new to the hip hop scene because these are the kids who embraced him. These are the kids who eventually taught me who Dilla was.
Can I hear you make some noise for the musical legacy of JD? James DeWitt Gansey.
This is the old school artisan way of making donuts. This is the way Dilla's Delights makes our donuts. We raise the dough in proof boxes. We hand cut every donut that comes through here. It's a tedious overnight process. The little sleep that I get, sometimes it's an hour and a half, sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's none. Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I don't want to be known as a quitter. I don't want to let Jay down. I don't want to let the family down. I don't know what day it is sometimes, but I know I live some days for him. Dilla's Delights is named Dilla's Delights because me and my niece Sean felt that his two daughters, Paige and Jemiah, would be the delights of his life. And we did not want to open the donut shop without his legacy being honored.
When certain people come up to me and they tell me like what he's done and how their music has like changed them, it's kind of like a wow moment,
He has touched so many people in his short time here. His legacy just continues to live on. The thing I love most about Uncle Herm is he's just very warm and open, and he'll push you to go better.
He seems like he wants the best for you.
Work hard. Don't wait on something to be given to you. If you want it, go get it,
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? Is America safer today with the Taliban in charge of Afghanistan?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Excuse me, what size shoe you wear? Can I ask you what size shoe you wear? Can I give you a pair of sneakers for free? Yeah?
Here, Mr. Daniel, try these on for me, please. Everything that we do, especially as New Yorkers, starts with our feet. They good? There you go, man. That's for you. No, thank you, Mr. Daniel. Appreciate you.
Good, because it's a little pain, because all the time with it, and I take it one time off a week, maybe, if I want to take a shower.
Wow.
Yeah.
There are 67,000 less fortunate or homeless people in the state of New York. Almost 2,000 to 3,000 of them are walking around with no shoes on. They're people just like us, and they should not be forgotten. It's From the Soul is a nonprofit organization providing sneakers to the less fortunate. We are a store for them. We do not call them homeless. We call them less fortunate because we believe in one day they will move into a place of becoming fortunate. Companies have now donated towards our organization. Regular people have donated to our organization. Everybody can look into their closet. Every single person can look in their closet and see something that you know you're not gonna wear anymore. Now the bridge between that is something you're not gonna wear anymore and finding who needs it. 2012 till today, we have given more than 30,000 sneakers. My main mission is to educate people that helping the less fortunate can be enjoyable. How you feel? You all right?
No, man. Yeah. You know what's nice is that some of these sneakers I remember growing up really wanting.
I came from Barbados when I was 4 years old, and I've lived in Brooklyn, New York for 41 years now. I worked as a stylist, a client specialist in fashion for 20 years. I'm tired of seeing less fortunate people with no sneakers on when this sneaker culture is a billion-dollar industry. Every 12 to 13 blocks, there is a sneaker store. How can there be less fortunate people walking around with no comfort? We're asking for gently worn or brand new sneakers. We don't believe in giving anything that we would not put our feet into. I haven't provided in about 2-3 weeks. So because I haven't provided in 2-3 weeks, they're gonna be there waiting for me today. There's 30 sneakers in these 2 bags, and we're gonna make sure that some less fortunate people are walking very comfortable today. My first time going, or first couple of times, I didn't know where to go. But as I continue to do it, I realized that there's 4 areas I go. 14th Street, Union Square, Madison Square Garden, Penn Station, Port Authority Bus Station, Grand Central Station. Those 4 areas, 24/7, they will be there waiting for you. Can I give you a pair today?
Yeah, please,
okay.
Andre.
All right.
You already know I love you.
All right, man.
Everybody out here in the city love Andre.
I'm feeling good, man.
Everybody gonna want to see you.
There you go. And I want to see everybody too, man.
I know you do.
All right, family. Enjoy your day, man. It's From the Soul was started 8 years ago. Me and my friends were playing basketball. I seen a gentleman walking by limping. And I looked down, he had on no shoes and no socks. What size shoe you wear? 9.5. I got you. So I ran up to the gentleman and I said, "Excuse me, sir, can I ask you what size shoe you wear?" He told me to leave him alone, get out of his face. And I said, "I'll leave you alone if you just tell me what size you wear." He said the last time he remembered he wears size 10. Something in me that I said, how many more less fortunate people are in this city like this gentleman? I gotta look in my closet and see how many sneakers I have that I don't wear.
Thank you.
All right, lovely. Thank you, family. Thank you. Thank you. I started walking around New York City every day in my closet grabbing sneakers that I didn't even wear, looking for people who wear from 10 to 12 and started providing my sneakers to them. When my sneakers ran out, I started asking all my friends and their family for their sneakers. And then that's how It's From the Soul grew. Can I give you a pair of sneakers for free? Yeah, follow me, please. Try these on for me, please. Some nice, good New Balance, super light, comfortable.
What's up?
What's going on, man? How are you? Hey, what's up? How's everything?
Good, good.
All right, give me 1 second. I'll be with you, okay? We tie their sneakers for them, help them put their sneakers on. We want them to feel dignity. We want them to feel like they're coming into a sneaker store. You do? Okay. The new 580s, so when you step down, it has that cushion in it. That makes it more comfortable.
Yeah, I need a car. I just had an operation.
Yes, well, bless you, man. Bless you. A lot of the less fortunate people, they don't understand, why would you want to give me something that you probably can sell? So we have to change the narrative and let them know we are here to help. We are not here to get anything from you.
All right, yeah, Mildred, yeah. They fit, right?
Oh,
Yeah, there they go, there you go.
The things that I usually complain about, shows me that the things that I complain about, they really don't matter. Because now other people are providing for less fortunate, and they send us the video, they send us the picture, so that we could see that we have inspired them. So now that this organization is growing the way it is, now that people feel the need that they need to give out of their closet or give their resources, it's just an incredible feeling.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh, yes.
With Xfinity X5.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Nice to have you with us. We wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. What do you think about coming to visit us? Yes.
There's only one thing that people are saying.
You are
Exactly.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The impact boxing has had on my life has been something that I would have never imagined from when I first started. Boxing has a negative connotation. Typically, we think violence and we think fighting and we think anger, and it's actually the opposite. It teaches you control and release. Boxing has allowed me to take my story and feel strong enough in order to help others start their story, start their process, feel good about themselves. My name is Jessica Margulies. I am a teacher for autistic children for New York City. I also am a trainer at Title Boxing.
Welcome to Title Boxing Club.
Cross, hook, cross. Good job. Back it up.
I started Spectrum Bout about 5 years ago. I started boxing in order to alleviate stress from the job of working with children with special needs. I felt confident, strong, and it hit me. This would be such a great feeling for children with special needs to feel. There's something really structured about boxing. I hit, you hit. I follow a sequence, 1, 2, 3. Children who are on the spectrum love structure. Some kids that could not be coordinated in anything else, parents had told me. As soon as they put on the boxing gloves, it just clicked.
Good, Joshua. Stay here. Stay ready. Jab, jab, cross. Jab, jab.
Joshua started this. He wanted to do boxing because he's very, whatever way the wind blows, if you will, if something he wants to get into, he'll say, Mom, I'd like to try that.
Boxing, it's the sport of combat, and me and my brother are very interested in it. A way you'll stay fit, strong, and brave.
When I tell people I'm teaching kids with autism how to box, I get either a shocked look, a nervous look that I would get from parents, a little, I'm not sure about this, but a lot of the times I've been getting a positive, loving feedback from this program. I've been working with children with autism for over 11 years now. I worked in early intervention, so at 2 years old, the kids can get classified. And I just fell in love with everything about it. Kind of like boxing. From the outside, it looks very aggressive, a lot of challenges, but it's actually opposite. I loved the challenge and the hard work and the patience that it took in order to help someone progress through life in a positive way.
Joshua is a very engaging individual. He likes to meet people, he likes to engage them in conversation, and he likes to tell them the things he likes to do.
My pet lizard name is Frederick.
He loves to talk about his dragon lizard. He loves to talk about his favorite foods. He loves to talk about places he's been. My husband and I first found out that there was a problem, I think it was about 7 or 8 years old. Little did we know at that time we were going to go down the same road as we did with his older brother, who was already diagnosed with autism. Jabari got the word of being autistic when I was pregnant with Joshua. So we were ultimately able to get Joshua into the same school as his brother. He'll be graduating in June, and we're looking at to what his next step is going to be.
I've seen many changes in him since he started doing boxing. With boxing, he developed discipline. If Joshua was mad about something, he would deal with the situation in a way that's probably not appropriate. But since he's been doing boxing, he takes time out to analyze the situation first and then, express himself rather than just like being upset about it. It's really made him more disciplined, more controlled, and I could see him becoming a man.
I always tell parents this program is actually a teaching tool for those aggressive students that don't have an outlet to release that aggression and they're holding it in all day, or maybe they're acting upon it. But we teach them here, we only hit when our gloves go on.
I think he likes engaging with others, the sparring. I think it's given him a sense of confidence as well because he's a lot calmer than what he used to be. The world at times could be a very cruel pace, and you're just hopeful that there will be people who will understand our kids and help them.
What I'm most proud of what I've done about this program is giving these kids a voice, an outlet, a place to release, a place to feel accepted and know that they have every right and opportunity that you and I have. They need to feel it's okay to be frustrated, it's okay to not know the answer, it's okay to be scared, but they are strong and they deserve every opportunity. And I think I've given them a place to learn all of that.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Stay connected and stream the news you need with Xfinity X5.
Our top story is unfolding right now.
The fast speed you depend on.
We begin with breaking news right now in Florida.
And a reliable connection for all your devices.
This story matters to all of us.
Whenever and however you watch.
Our bite-sized mix of everything you love about all 4 hours of our show, but half the calories.
Oh yes.
With Xfinity X5. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
I remember when I first started playing Scrabble in jail.
kept my mind off everything, which really helped me, you know. It just got really, really scary for a while, but I'm just glad I'm out helping other people.
You're a miracle man.
I'm thankful
Yeah?
that I made it out on the other side, because there's a lot of people that don't.
And look at the good Scrabble player you've become.
My name is Doug Bopst, and I'm from Timonium, Maryland.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I was 14 years old when I first started smoking pot.
8.
I remember taking my first hit off a marijuana pipe, and I felt like that any worries, any pain, any fears I had were gone, you know, when I was high. One thing led to the next, and I started doing painkillers, and one 5 milligram Percocet snowballed into me putting a few hundred milligrams of Oxycontin up my nose every day, and really, really going down a path that I thought I was gonna either end up rotting in jail or being dead. I got arrested on Cinco de Mayo 2008. I was riding around with a few of my friends to go pick up some Oxycontin, and I had a half pound of pot in my trunk, $2,000 in cash, and we were going to make a drug deal to pick up some pills. I see a cop running radar. I flash my high beams thinking that would like prevent him from seeing my busted headlight, and he pulls me over, you know, and one thing led to the next. I'm out of the car, I'm in handcuffs, he searches it, and I knew at that point my life was over. I reported to jail a few weeks later, a week after my 21st birthday. I was crying, I was, you know, high as a kite on opiates, and I detoxed in there cold turkey for several weeks of all the, you know, horrible withdrawal symptoms you hear about from opiates. It feels like you're trying to crawl out of your own skin, for one. You're vomiting regularly, you're going to the bathroom regularly, you got stuff coming out of you, you don't know where it's coming from, you feel like a zombie almost, a lot of pain, a lot of aches, a lot of anxiety. Because for me, I was self-medicating with the opiates. I wanted to numb the pain. I didn't even think about my life anymore. Obviously, there's an opiate epidemic, there's a drug epidemic, but I think there's also like a big mental health epidemic. And I think instead of people, you know, raising their hand and saying, hey, I need help, because it's so stigmatized to admit that you have depression or you have anxiety or you have bipolar or whatever, we choose to deal with that in unhealthy ways and easy ways, you know, such as drugs and such as other addictions.
So this is a workout routine I got when I was incarcerated, and it was from my cellmate. And my cellmate was the one who really helped me, you know, find fitness and got me into working out. And so I wanted to keep this as a good luck charm.
So I actually met my cellmate at the Scrabble table, and he was like, what are you doing here, man? He like looked at me, he's like, what's a guy like you doing? And he like, you don't belong here. I saw him that night working out, and I was like, man, what's this guy doing? He's doing like thousands of push-ups. He's like, you know, running all these laps and doing all these ab exercises. He was like, you're gonna start working out with me. And I was like, dude, are you serious? Like, there's no way I'm working out. And then one night I was like, you know, what do I have to lose? And I decided to give it a try. And I remember getting down to a push-up. Couldn't do a push-up. Couldn't even do one from my knees. And with his motivation, training me in there every day and being on me, holding me accountable, giving me a little food plan in there, I was able to do 10 push-ups and run a mile by the time I left jail. And I felt like this light bulb go off in my head, and slowly but surely, I ended up losing 40, 50 pounds and getting to a place fitness-wise where I wanted to help other people use fitness to change their lives, and that's what inspired me to become a personal trainer.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good. What's up?
Not much. You ready to work hard?
Yep.
There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really rotate your hips. There you go. 1, 2, 3.
We were introduced by someone who's in the recovery community.
20 seconds left. Let's go.
You know, and I've got some history in my family and stuff like that, so it's nice to kind of own that, be authentic about it, be able to talk to somebody about it. in addition to, you know, the whole fitness thing.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get some water, all right? Good job, man. I'll see you Sunday, all right? Hey.
Doug, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are you?
All right.
Grandma. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So when I got out of jail, I went to live with my grandparents. And my grandparents took me in. They had some pretty strict guidelines. They said, you can live here, but we'll, you know, we won't charge you rent. We'll feed you and all that stuff. But, you know, you're going to bring us receipts for any money we give you. You know, you're going to work out. You're going to have a job. You're going to make your bed. You're going to be respectful. You're going to come home at certain times. You're going to let us know where you are. And if not, like, you're out. And that was kind of what I needed, was that tough love.
I can recall when you came to live with us, it was quite clear at that point that you were focused completely.
You held up your end of the bargain, and you did well.
If I hadn't gotten arrested, I'd be dead. I really would be dead, because I was going down a path that, you know, I was snorting enough painkillers to kill a horse, and it was just a really, really bad time in my life. When I was in jail, it was a real big turning point for me, and it really helped me turn a negative into a positive, because I had a lot of laughs in there. You know, I remember from where I was when I first got there to where I left, and I saw the transformation, and it's made me who I am today.
Come on, Frank. Come on, Frank.
Stuff's still gonna happen because life does happen, but it's like, what kind of tools are you using when that stuff happens? And, you know, going for a run, you know, working out with a friend, or going for a walk can all be positive things you can do to feel better about yourself when you're struggling.
Oh, y'all look good today. We want to say thank you for tuning into our favorite streaming channel Today All Day.
It's the only streaming channel we watch, in fact. Halfway through the week here, by the way.
Hump day.
Okay, yeah. We're in Studio 1A. You're watching our little digital show called Today in 30, and we've got another packed half hour, starting with an eye-opening new look at Ida's damage in Louisiana. Also, what you need to know about the storm.